must be serious with the planting of the 15 billion trees. We can't then seem reckless in cutting down the same trees that we want to plant.
Thank you very much. I think the chair has clarified very well. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that new clause 16A be now read a second time. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now propose the question that new clause 16A be part of the bill. I now put the question that new clause 16A be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
New clause 20A.
Chair, move second reading for new clause 20A.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the new clause 20A be now read for a second time. Honorable Chair, I move that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 20A as appears on the order paper. Honorable Chair, this amendment seeks to ensure that the CCF submits to the Secretary of Forest Regulation on quarterly basis copies of registers, forest management and conservation activities, including licenses issued under this Act. As you know, the Office of the Secretary of Forest Regulation that we have created with this we've proposed to create under these new amendments is supposed to be now the regulator for KFS and KFRI. And therefore, they can only regulate if they also are custodians of the records. And therefore, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I propose the question, which is that new clause 20A be now read a second time. Honorable Rahim.
I agree with the Chair that there should be a quarterly report, Madam Chair, and the previous, what we passed on 20, which 20D, which talked about the carbon reduced. Madam Chair, as a country, I want the Chair to implore on the Chair that we should follow, because our carbon credits are not getting the dues that we should be getting. And I think with this, if it is possible, we can even be told a quarterly report of how much carbon credits do we get as a country and what are we doing about it. Because as I understand, the carbon credits at the moment, we're not getting enough of the funds for it and nobody is paying up for it. So if in the quarterly reports, we could get how much carbon have we got in this country and how are we being compensated for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I would like to proceed. Chair, I would like to proceed.
Yes, please.
Okay. So I propose the question, which is that new clause. I put the question, which is that new clause 20A be now read a second time. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I propose the question that new clause 20A be part of the bill. I do not see any interest, so I put the question that new clause 20A be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 2 of the bill be amended as appears on the order paper. Honorable Chair, this amendment seeks to do 4 things. 1 is to delete the erroneous definition of indigenous trees, that they are mangroves and bamboos, which is incorrect. 2, also delete terms that have been used to delete definitions that have been defined but not used anywhere in the bill. 3, also define terms that have been used in the bill but not defined. And 4, expand the definition of ecosystem services. Thank you, Chair.
I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. I do not see any interest in this, so I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. There be no amendment. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have come to the end of that bill, and I would like to call upon the mover. The mover is the majority leader, the Honorable Naomi Wako.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Thank you. I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2025, and its approval with amendments. As many as have that opinion say aye. As many as have a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, we are moving to the next bill, which is the Crops Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023, by the Honorable Tandaza Sawa. It's a very short bill, so kindly stay with us.
Thank you, Chair.
We have not started. We'll call you shortly.
Oh, I have the mic.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. The Honorable Tandaza.
Thank you, Chair. In further consultation with the Chairman, Agriculture, Dr. Mutunga, who is with me here, we have consulted that for now, this bill be set aside because we need further consultation. Okay. Chair.
Chairman, would you like to talk about that? What is your comment on that, on what has been raised by the Honorable Tandaza?
Honorable Chair, we have reconsidered as a committee our amendments, and the committee wishes to withdraw the amendments and have the bill pass as it were. Chair, I can explain what it is all about. Chair, can I explain? Yes. Yeah, Chair, this particular amendment comes in to ensure that this particular crop is scheduled. The crop was scheduled through a gazette notice by the CS. The honorable member believes that the CS can still issue a gazette notice to the gazette. But if we have a legislative provision, then it means we have the crop gazetted for posterity. So, Honorable Chair, the committee believes that we can go that direction, so we withdraw our amendments.
So then, in that case, we will have to go step by step. You go dropping all amendments. Yeah. So we can start. We had already called. The clerk had already called, so you may proceed. The Honorable. I now propose the question, which is that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Honorable by the chairman. It is now by the chairman.
Yeah. Honorable Chair, the committee wishes to withdraw the amendment.
Dropped. Well, in that case, I now put the question, which is that clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. There be no amendment. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Chairman?
Honorable Chair, the committee still withdraws clause 1, the amendments on clause 1, so that the original version of the bill remains.
Thank you. I now propose the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, it is now, the effect is as per what has been raised by the chair, agriculture. Mover?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, Speaker, I beg to report that I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report. I also request Honorable Kawaya seems to be consulting.
No, what I want you to do, just read what you have on that document, just the first part, the first paragraph. Start the part where it indicates that I beg to move, that part, just exactly as it is. You can approach
you.
it.
Yeah.
Please approach the table.
Yes. Mike, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson, Chair, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Crops Amendment Bill, Bill number 8 of 2023, and its approval thereof without amendments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tandaza. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Crops Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023, and its approval thereof without amendments. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as have a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, we are moving to the next bill. Thank you for your patience. Good, how are you? Okay, honorable members, our next bill is the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022. I can see that the chair would like to say something. Chair Agriculture, Dr. Mutunga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I am the co-sponsor of this bill, having originated from Senate, and we had agreed as a committee that another member moves the amendments of the committee. Being the chair and the sponsor, Honorable Speaker, it would not be right for me to move, and the member is out of the country. I pray that, Honorable Chair, we step down this bill to the next time when the member is available to move, so that we may do the right thing.
Very well. So, honorable members, the Agriculture and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022 is hereby deferred to the next time when it will be scheduled by the House Business Committee. Honorable members, we also have the next bill, which is the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023. Honorable members, Honorable Mili and Honorable Umi, both of them are not in the House, so also this bill is hereby deferred to another time when it will be scheduled by the House Business Committee.
Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Chairperson report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2025, and approved the same with amendments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, mover of the bill.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Kiumburi to second the motion for agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House.
Thank you, Chair. I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Yeah, we'll put the question at a later time. Next. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report to that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Crops Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023, and approved the same without amendments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Len Mengit to second the motion for agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I second. Thank you.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. And we shall defer the putting of the question. Next one.
Bill number 53 of 2024, second reading.
Honorable Watch, is he here? Okay, we jump to the next one. He's not present.
Order number 13, motion, sustainable management and valorization of organic waste from avocado processing.
Honorable Mary Wamaua, she's not present. And this has been on the order paper for very many occasions. Maybe it's just better to drop it out because they've not been here many of the times. Okay, next order.
Order number 15, the National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2023, second reading.
Okay, next order. Honorable Didimas Baraza is not here either.
Order number 16, the Employment Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2023, second reading.
Next order.
Order number 17, motion, mandatory guidance and counseling program in all primary and secondary schools in Kenya.
Honorable Rehab Mukami, member for Nyeri, not present. Next order.
Order number 18, motion, policy to develop a structured engagement of National Youth Service graduates as security officers in government institutions.
Honorable Gertrude Bayu, also not present. Yes?
Honorable Speaker, we all know very well that Wednesday morning is set aside for members, for private members' bill motions, and it is unfortunate when we have over 5, 8 motions or bills that are in the order papers, and honorable members are not here. So as we go on recess, I think House Business Committee should decide on what to do on this, because it has become a tradition for us to miss members, especially on Wednesday mornings. Thank you.
I think that's well noted. Yes, Honorable Nyamai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to really agree with the leader, the Honorable Naomi Wako, because there before we used to have problems that the House Business Committee was not putting into the schedule private members' bills. But now a lot of effort has been put. We have seen so many private members' bills being listed for Wednesday morning. But I think politics is becoming very hot, and most members seem to be elsewhere, maybe also in committee work. So I think it is important for members who are private members' bills to take advantage of the fact of the goodwill of the House Business Committee. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 19, the Micro and Small Enterprises Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2025, second reading.
Honorable members, well, I'd just like to note that the Honorable Mukunji Gitonga, Member of Parliament, is not in the House at the moment. So order number 19 is hereby deferred.
Order number 20, the Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2024, second reading.
The Honorable Kasim Tandaza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the Pensions Amendment Bill 2024, which is both timely and necessary in addressing the welfare of our retired public servants.
Oh, Honorable Tandaza, you are
Yes.
moving, eh? You are moving this, the Pensions Amendment Bill,
yeah.
National Assembly Bill number 25, is the one that you are moving. Be now read a second time.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I arise to then move the bill to be read a second time, Honorable Speaker. I rise to beg that the bill be read a second time.
Are you able to read it as it is in the order paper? I beg to move that the Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2024, be now read a second time. Then you proceed.
Where is the order paper? See the order paper. Where is the order paper? Just a minute. It is not read, but it's not. No, this one does not have. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I arise to that the Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2024, be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the Pensions Amendment Bill 2024, which is both timely and necessary in addressing the welfare of our retired public servants. This bill seeks to respond to the long-standing concerns regarding the erosion of pension value due to inflation and the inequities that arise from outdated methods of pension computation. Honorable Speaker, the primary objective of this bill is to introduce an automatic cost of living adjustment to pensions so as to ensure that retirees are protected from the adverse effects of inflation. By linking pension adjustment to the consumer price index, as determined by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the bill guarantees that pensions will retain their purchasing power over time. Additionally, the bill proposes to reform the pension calculation formula by pegging pension benefits on the most current salary applicable to a given job group, thereby addressing disparities affecting those who retired many years ago under lower salary scales. Honorable Speaker, the bill further amends Section 3 of the Pensions Act, Cap 189, to provide for the automatic adjustment of pensions based on inflation, which such adjustments to be published in the Gazette by the Cabinet Secretary. This is a critical step towards ensuring transparency and predictability in management of pensions. Honorable Speaker, the justification for this bill cannot be overstated. The rising cost of living continues to disproportionately affect retirees, many of whom rely solely on their pensions to meet basic needs such as healthcare, food, and housing. The current system has, unfortunately, disadvantaged earlier retirees whose pensions are based on outdated salary structures, thereby undermining the principle of equity and fairness. The bill, therefore, seeks to restore dignity to our retired public servants who have dedicated their lives to serving this nation. Honorable Speaker, the benefits of this bill are clear. It will enhance financial security and predictability for retirees, reduce their dependence on family supports or social assistance programs, and improve morale within the public service by assuring serving officers that their retirement benefits will be protected. Moreover, it aligns Kenya's pension framework with global best practices where pensions are often indexed to inflation. Honorable Speaker, I strongly support this bill. It is important for this House to also consider issues of fiscal sustainability. The government must ensure that adequate budgetary provisions are made to meet the increased pension on obligation that will arise from these reforms. There is also need to reflect on whether the benefits of this bill should extend to existing retirees and not only those retiring after its commencement. Further, a clear and transparent implementation framework will be necessary, particularly with regard to the frequency of the adjustments and the publication of the applicable indexes. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the bill represents a progressive and necessary reform that strengthens our pension system and safeguards the welfare of retirees. It ensures retirement does not become a period of financial hardship, but one of dignity and security. I therefore urge this Honorable House to support the Pensions Amendment Bill 2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I therefore ask Dr. Mutunga to second.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Tandaza. Honorable Dr. Mutunga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to second the amendment brought by the Honorable Member for Matuga, the Honorable Tandansa, on Pensions Act Cap 189. Honorable Speaker, the Pensions Act as it is right now, and as the computation formula remains, the retirees do get their pensions based on the day or they left the service. Honorable Speaker, rarely will you find these benefits being paid 1 year or 2 years, up to 5 years down the line. The retirees live in this country, such circumstances are changing, and the government and even private sector is improving on the terms of service for their employees. Honorable Speaker, when we base our calculation of the pension on the date that the employee left service, Honorable Speaker, we disadvantage the employees because they are living today, they are living in this country, and many things are changing. Honorable Speaker, the cost of living is changing. The circumstances around are changing. The cost of doing business is changing. Everything is changing, and rarely do you find the cost reducing. The cost is always increasing. So fixing this repayment to the time that the retirees left disadvantages them a lot because they are still alive and they have obligations. Honorable Speaker, when people retire, in most cases are not prepared or they have not fully invested to be able to take care of their circumstances. And if we really pay them based on the day they left, then we disadvantage them the more. We put them into more difficult situations because we do not even release the pension early enough for them to invest and therefore to be able to benefit from the changes by the day. Honorable Speaker, since we need to treat these Kenyans fairly and we need to bring them up, give them their money, which should be commensurate to the circumstances that they are living in today, I see this amendment as very practical and very realistic and logical, in the sense that the consumer index has changed. If we do not link their money available to the consumer index, then we make a mistake. Honorable Speaker, the cost of living has increased. If we do not take that into account, then we disadvantage them. Honorable Speaker, we need to address the disparities brought by the many changing circumstances in the environment. For instance, at this point in time, there is war in the Middle East, and there is war basically in the Middle East. And this war is affecting circumstances or the economic situations of different parts of the country. If we pay our pensioners based on what happened in 2000 or 2013 or 2020, 23 or 24, when there was no war, then Honorable Speaker will disadvantage them. That is why I find this amendment very, very useful. And therefore, I support that the Pensions Act, Cap 189, be amended as proposed by the member from Matuga, the Honorable Tandasa. Honorable Speaker, I support. I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2024, be now read a second time. Before we go to debate, I would like to take this opportunity, honorable members, to welcome our guests seated in the public gallery this morning, Kenyatta University Students Association, 21st Congress members from Roysambu constituency, Nairobi County. You are welcome to the National Assembly to observe the proceedings of the House. Before we go to the motion, I would like to give a chance to the Honorable Mathenge to lay a paper.
Madam Speaker, I wish to lay on the table the following paper, today, Wednesday, 29th April 2026, the report of the Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity on the approval hearing of the nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission.
You may go ahead. I'll give you a chance also. Please continue to give a notice of motion.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give a notice of motion that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity in its report on the approval hearing of nominees for appointment as chairperson and members of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, laid on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 29th April 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252B of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments, Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as chairperson and members of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. Dr. Kefa Nyamwea Omai, chairperson. Ms. Josephine Kirion Eragai, member. Mr. Joseph K. Nguyo, member. Mr. Jackson Swadi Kedogo, member. Dr. Samuel Mwachiro Mwawasi, member. Ms. Irene Shepoisho Turel, HSC, member. Mr. Hassan Bilu Ahmed, member. Ms. Jelusa Mwadime Michael, member. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mathenge. Now, honorable members, we are back to the debate on the Pensions Amendment Bill. And I do not see any interest. Honorable Koimburi, do you have your card? I'm sorry, we are not able to view you. I can see your hand, you lifting up your hand. Are you saying you have interest in this pensions bill?
No.
Okay.
It's about this for Mathenge.
That one will come later. So, Honorable Koimburi, once he gives the notice of motion, the motion will come later in the afternoon. So you can ensure that you're in the House in the afternoon if you want to debate on that report of the committee. Member for Game, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I just want a small interlude to welcome the students from Kenyatta University. I was in Kenyatta University in 1990, graduated then, and you can see I'm in Parliament. So this should be an inspiration for you students at KU, that you can do it the way Elisha Odhiambo made it. And I'm sure in the future, there must be a Kenyatta alumni who will become the president of the Republic of Kenya. And most likely that is me. Thank you.
There have been no interest. I would like to give you a chance to reply. You are the mover. You can go to your position and do
that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would take this opportunity to reply and thank the House that none has really opposed this bill. As we had initially said, to me, this is a bill that will address so many gaps that exist right now, that somebody could have contributed in his pension scheme. That time, it was detected, say, 100 shillings, but 100 shillings would buy 2 liters of petrol. Now, his pension was pegged to the 100 shillings which he was contributing, which could buy 2 liters of petrol. Now, 100 shillings cannot even buy a half a liter of petrol. But that is what it is pegged on. And that's where the difficulties come in. This also would address the other bigger problem. It also happens that when a civil servant is about to retire, that's the time now he starts thinking that I'll no longer be having a salary. How am I going to live? Definitely, he'll be tempted to see how much he can actually get out of his office. In terms of corruption, these are the times when you find that expenditures, unnecessary trips, which initially they were not part of the budget, what he can grab just to make sure that by the time he retires, he can still be able to drive his car. So apart from just making this bill giving a retiree a decent living, it would also actually cushion an employee that you don't really have to steal, you don't really have to grab. What you'll be getting after your retirement can still take care of you. That is what this bill is talking about. And if passed as it is, it is for all of us, because at one point, unless you die early, and nobody prays to die early, you are going to retire, and when you retire, you will expect to live a decent life, and you should be able to live a decent life from the work that you've been doing diligently, without corruption, with all your cautions, and happily thereafter. So, Honorable Speaker, I reply.
Honorable members, I'll defer putting of the question to a later time. Next order.
Order number 21, motion, formulation of a policy on power subsidies for export-oriented agricultural production.
Honorable members, that order number 21 is by the Honorable Gathoni Wamuchomba, who is not in the House this afternoon, so it is hereby deferred. Next order.
Order number 22, motion, motion to outlaw discriminatory practices in learning institutions that impede access to basic education.
The Honorable Duncan Madenge.
Sorry. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, kindly guide me on the direction.
Please approach the table. Well, the fact is that you are the mover of this motion number 22, so you can make a decision. If you are not ready, we'll advise you on what to do. Okay, you are ready? You may proceed.
Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker, education in this country, under the Basic Education Act, is mandatory and compulsory.
Before you debate, I'll ask you to move. You move it as it is in the order paper. This is your motion.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move the motion to outlaw discriminatory practices in learning institutions that impede access to basic education. Honorable Speaker, aware that Article 53(1)(b) of the Constitution guarantees every child the right to free and compulsory basic education, and Article 21(2) obligates the state to take legislative and policy measures to ensure the progressive realization of socio-economic rights, which include the right to education under Article 43(1)(f). Further aware that the Basic Education Act, Cap 211, obligates the state and school administrators to ensure equitable access, retention, and completion in basic education, and prohibits administrative barriers that exclude learners. Noting that the Children Act, Cap 141, requires the best interest of the child to be the primary consideration in actions concerning children, including in education. Recognizing that Kenya's international and regional obligations under Article 2 and 28 of the United Nations Convention to the Rights of the Child, Article 13 of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and the United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO Convention against discrimination in education, which requires states to ensure education is accessible, non-discriminatory, and free from economic and social barriers. Concerned that certain designated outlets, that certain administrative practices in schools, particularly compulsory sourcing of uniforms from designated outlets, exclusion of learners for inability to pay school feeding programs, remedial class charges, or other non-statutory levies have the effect of imposing economic and administrative barriers, and in some instances, creating possible avenues for abuse of office and improper financial benefit. Now, therefore, this House resolves that, 1, all basic education institutions shall allow purchase of school uniforms from the open market, as long as they generally conform to the school design and standards, and further, that any attempt to monopolize, control, or otherwise influence the supply of uniforms is unlawful. 2, all learners shall have uninterrupted access to school regardless of inability to pay for school feeding programs, remedial charges, development levies, or any other charges not expressly provided for under the Basic Education Act or any other regulation approved by the Cabinet Secretary responsible for education. 3, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, in consultation with the Teachers Service Commission, shall within 90 days develop a comprehensive regulatory and enforcement framework, including a monitoring mechanisms, a complaints and redress system for parents and learners, as well as a nationwide public awareness program to ensure full compliance. And 3 and 4, provide that any person or institution, action or policy that violates this resolution shall be subject to disciplinary action under the relevant statutes, including the Teachers Service Commission Act, the Basic Education Act, the Children's Act, and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act. Madam Speaker, emanating from the foregoing, it is clear that both our Constitution and our nation's commitments under international treaties, the Children's Act, and the Basic Education Act, every Kenyan child has the right, and it is not just the right, it is also compulsory for a child to attend school uninterrupted. This is the right of every Kenyan child, irrespective of the ability or the inability of economic ability or inability of their parents. Honorable Speaker, today we send out our chiefs to go to the villages and pick children who are not in school, take them to school, and actually take legal action against their parents. But when a child has been sent home because they do not have a uniform, what are we saying to this child? When a child is sent out of class because on that day their parent did not have 20 shillings to pay for school fees, for lunch feeding program, and unfortunately the child is sent away from school in the morning, not during lunch hour. What are we telling this child? We are discriminating against this child. We are punishing them because their parent apparently is poor. We are affecting their self-esteem. Bullying we are subjecting this child to bullying by other students on account of poverty. We are permanently affecting the emotional state of this child. Yet, we have provided in the Constitution that every child has a right to education. Yet, we have provided under the Basic Education Act that education in this country is compulsory. And therefore, Madam Speaker, it is time for this House to pronounce itself on the economic barriers and other barriers that have been placed in front of the Kenyan child, denying them a constitutional right, a legal right, an obligation under the UN conventions, and the African Charter on the Right of the Child. Madam Speaker, when schools insist that you can only attend this school because you can only attend this school after purchasing the uniform from that school, how competitive is the pricing of that uniform? Why do we allow our schools to be converted into avenues perpetuating the interest of cartels in the uniforms industry in this country? Why do we convert our learning institutions into trading centers to push personal economic interest and personal gain? Madam Speaker, our students and their parents are told, unless you go and purchase uniforms from school distributor XYZ, your uniform is not accepted. Madam Speaker, you and I had a local foodie in the village who made your uniform. It was acceptable during that time. How come today it is not acceptable? Madam Speaker, we have a huge industry in Nairobi, Uhuru Market, where ordinary men and women, ordinary hustlers, make uniforms in this country at very affordable prices. Yet those uniforms are not acceptable in our schools. Yet we want to speak about technical skills, self-employment for our young people, and then immediately we place a barrier that your goods are not good enough for utilization by your own child. Madam Speaker, how can a tailor who makes uniforms, who makes clothes for other people, not be good enough to make a uniform for their own child in this country? Madam Speaker, it is these barriers that I seek to have removed. Madam Speaker, a parent who cannot afford a meal for their child, why should that child be punished by being excluded from class and from school? Feeding programs are supposed to be compassionate. They cannot be punishment. They cannot be a source of exclusion. They cannot be a source of discrimination. Yet we want to produce a just society, and a society that is giving the lowest child in this country an opportunity to thrive. Education is the only equalizer for our children. How do we confine some children to a lack of education? Because they come from the slums of Wetemere in Nyeri town, because they come from Korogosho, because they come from Kibera, because they come from Mukuru kwa Jenga, because they come from Nyalenda. How can we? And Gashororo in Juja thicker and thicker. Madam Speaker, these issues, we must bring them to an end. And this has nothing to do with the political persuasion or the political party or the political inclination of the different members of this House. It is the welfare of the Kenyan child. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to beg my colleagues that we have had these conversations in this House for too long. We bring the CS for education here. He stands and says that this is the position of the ministry. But, Madam Speaker, this week, our children are going back to school for second term. There are children, unfortunately, who will be sent back by school principals because their uniform apparently has faded, because apparently the parent has not paid money for lunch. They report in the morning, lunch is 6 hours later, but the child is sent home at 8 o'clock in the morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to plead with this House that it is time for us to speak for the Kenyan child. Madam Speaker, I want to plead with my colleagues that learning in our schools is supposed to happen between 8 o'clock and 5 o'clock or 4:30. The curriculum, if it cannot be covered within the normal learning hours, let us reduce the workload so that we can eliminate the practice of remedial lessons. A child is sent home because their parent could not pay remedial lesson. They stay home for a week. The remedial lessons are offered. Eventually, the parent has to pay the entire fees. This child is not offered, given an opportunity to be taught for the remedial lessons that were covered. A child is sent home on account of lunch feeding program, stays home for 2 weeks. When eventually the parent pays, the child comes back. They do not consume the food for the 2 weeks they were out of school. These practices, Madam Speaker, burden my heart. They disturb my conscience. And therefore, honorable members, today I request you that we stand for that parent who today woke up in the morning, went to look for kibarua in a construction site, but they did not get, but their child deserves to access education uninterrupted. Madam Speaker, I want to speak for the mamafua who woke up in this morning, went around our residences, did not get a job, but their child deserves an education. I want to speak for the border rider, Madam Speaker, who since morning, on account of the rain in Nairobi, has not been able to carry one passenger, yet their child deserves an education. Madam Speaker, I want to speak for the children of Kitui, where there has been conflict and there has been death. The livelihoods in their rural community has been disrupted. Their children still need education. I want to speak for the child of the pastoralists whose animals were stolen last night. The entire income of that household taken away because of cattle rustlers. But their children still deserve an education. Madam Speaker, I want to speak for the border rider who had an accident last evening. Their border is no longer on the road. They are confined to a hospital bed, yet their children deserve an education. Madam Speaker, the examples are endless. Madam Speaker, I want to speak for the parents who have cancer, confined to hospital beds. They can no longer actively go to gainful employment, but their children deserve an education. Madam Speaker, these examples are heart-wrenching. It is time that this House started passing legislation and regulations that not only impose punishment on the ordinary people, but they go right into the center of the realization of the rights that we have given to our people, to our children, in the Constitution, in our international commitments, and other statutes. Madam Speaker, I had long nights wondering whether we should abolish uniforms. Yes. But the uniform, when we look at our life in Nyeri town, illicit brews are being sold and manufactured in Nyeri town center.
Who is shouting there? Member for Kisumu. I think you wait for your time. I heard a loud yes. So you are the one who is out of order. You're out of order. I'll give you a chance to speak.
So, Madam Speaker, I realized that the uniform is a tool also for protecting our children. Today, we have young children being subjected to GBV, including rape and murder. Yet they are in uniforms. Suppose they weren't. And on account of that, Madam Speaker, I was convinced beyond doubt that the uniform remains to be an important tool in our society and in the education and in the protection of our children. The question, therefore, is how to ensure it does not become a barrier. A good thing does not have negative and intended consequences that result in discrimination, in disenfranchisement, and designing our children into the cycle of poverty, looking at the backgrounds from where they come from. Madam Speaker, allow me to request the Honorable Koibori, MP Juja, to second.
Member for Juja, Honorable Koimburi.
I do second.
Please move to the next mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second the motion.
I don't need to propose anything. Okay, honorable members. I now propose that aware that agriculture I take this again, honorable members. I propose that aware that Article 53(1)(b) of the Constitution guarantees every child the right to free and compulsory basic education, and Article 21(2) obligates the state to take legislative and policy measures to ensure progressive realization of social economic rights which include the right to education and Article 43(1)(f). Further aware that the Basic Education Act, Cap 211, obligates the state and school administrators to ensure equitable access, retention, and completion in basic education, and prohibits administrative barriers that exclude learners, noting that the Children Act, Cap 141, requires the best interest of the child to be the primary consideration in all actions considering children, including in education, recognizing Kenya's international and regional obligations under Article 2 and 28 of the United Nations on the Rights of the Child, Article 13 of the International Convention on the Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, Article 11 of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and the United Educational, Scientific, Cultural, and Organization UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Education, which requires states to ensure education is accessible, non-discriminatory, and free from economic or social barriers. Concerned that certain administrative practices in schools, particularly compulsory sourcing of uniforms from designated outlets, exclusion of learners for inability to pay school feeding programs, remedial classes, charges, or other non-statutory levies, have the effect of imposing economic and administrative barriers, in some instances creating possible avenues for abuse of office and improper financial benefit. Now, therefore, this House resolves that 1, all basic education institutions shall allow purchase of school uniforms from the open market, as long as they generally conform to the school design and standards, and further, that any attempt to monopolize, control, or otherwise influence the supply of school uniforms is unlawful. 2, all learners shall have uninterrupted access to school regardless of inability to pay school fees, feeding programs, remedial charges, development levies, or any other charges not expressly provided for under the Basic Education Act or any other regulation approved by the Cabinet Secretary responsible for education. 3, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for education, in consultation with the Teacher Service Commission, shall within 90 days, 1, develop a comprehensive regulatory and enforcement framework, including monitoring mechanisms, complaints and redress systems for parents and learners, as well as nationwide public awareness programs to ensure full compliance. And 2, provide that any person or institution, action or policy that violates this resolution shall be subject to disciplinary action under the relevant statutes, including the Teacher Service Commission Act, the Basic Education Act, and the Children's Act, and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act. Honorable members, those who are interested to debate in this can hit the intervention button. I'll start with the Honorable Kasim Tandaza, member for Matuga.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia hii fursa. Wacha kwanza nianze kwa kumpatia pongezi Mheshimiwa Madhenge kwa kufikiria na kuja na mswada huu ambao kusema kweli unadhalilisha wazazi, unadhalilisha watoto, unadhalilisha viongozi, unadhalilisha serikali. Tunajua kwamba katika mfumo wetu wa elimu ni kwamba masomo ya msingi ni bure. Kuanzia ile shule ya msingi ambayo sasa wanasema inaanzia grade ya 1 mpaka ya 6, kisha baadaye kuna ile ya 7, ya 8 na ya 9. Serikali inatoa ruzuku kwa watoto hawa ambayo inatakikana iwe ndio imesimamia yale masomo yao. La kushangaza kama Mheshimiwa Madhenga alivyozungumza ni kwamba licha ya kuwa pesa hizi hufika mashule, hata ijapo kuchelewa, lakini bado huwa zinafika. Kamati za shule pamoja na mwalimu mkuu, kwa sababu, na hili nitalizungumza, ya ufisadi, kwa sababu hutaka fedha za ziada. Zile zinazoletwa na serikali huwa zinakuja kwa kutumia maalum, kama ni kulipia stima, kama ni kulipia mishahara kidogo, kama ni kununua vifaa. Kila pesa inakuja na kiwango chake, lakini kwa sababu wao wanahitaji fedha zaidi, aidha za kutembelea katika shughuli zingine ambazo sio ratiba ya kiserikali, basi huweka hizi pesa zingine za watu walipe, ambazo ni mzigo mkubwa kwa wazazi, na wazazi wengi hawajimudu. Mimi nikiwa hapa jana, nikiwa kwangu katika maeneo bunge, nimepata watoto wengi sana, kuanzia wale ambao wako katika shule ya msingi, kwa matatizo haya ambayo Mheshimiwa Madenge huu mswada ameweza kuyanukuu, kwamba wamefukuzwa kwa sababu kama alivyotanguliza uniform. Na hili swala la haya mavazi yameendelea kuanzia shule ya msingi mpaka shule hizi ambazo ni za sekondari ya chini. Tunajua kwamba anayesoma ni mtoto na mtoto ni akili. Sidhani kama kuna utafiti wowote ambao ulifanywa kwamba ikiwa hujavaa uniform basi akili yako pia nayo haishiki masomo. Sidhani kama kuna utafiti wowote ambao ulishafai kufanywa kwamba mtoto kufanya vizuri ni lazima awe amevaa viatu ndio aweze kufanya vizuri. Mimi nitasema, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwamba ijapokuwa nilisoma katika zile shule za kimataifa, nilivaa kiatu kwa mara ya kwanza nilipoenda kidato cha kwanza. Nilibeba viatu vyangu katika sanduku nikiwa sina uhakika kama cha mguu wa kulia ni kipi na cha kushoto ni kipi, mpaka nilipopatiwa kwamba sasa naweza kwenda darasani ndio nikavaa, na nilifanya vizuri, na ndio maana niko hapa, na wengine na imani walisomea katika mazingira haya. Kama kulikuwa na vikwazo kutoka wakati wetu, sidhani kama wengi wangekuwa wameweza kusoma na kufika kile kiwango ambacho baadhi yetu waliweza kufika. Kwa nini nyakati hizi tunaweza kuwekea wazazi vikwazo na watoto kuwakosesha haki yao ya kimsingi kwa vitu ambavyo havihusiaji na masomo? Mimi mwenyewe nakumbuka wakati nikiwa katika shule ya msingi, haikuwa karibu na ilikuwa ninaenda, siwezi, wakati huo hakukuwa na haya matarajio ya kwamba watu watakula shule. Kwa hivyo mtu alikuwa anaruhusiwa kubeba chakula chake, aidha utakula peke yako ama utagawanyia mwenzako, na kama hauna utakaa na bado utasoma. Ni nani aliyesema kwamba ni lazima mtoto, licha ya kuwa fee ishalipwa, na sisi kama wajumbe hapa tunahakikisha maofisi yetu kupitia ule mfumo wa kulipia basari, watoto wanalipiwa, lakini bado wanafukuzwa eti kwa sababu hawajalipia chakula. Ni nani aliyesema kwamba nina lazima nile kidheri ndio niweze kusoma kemia vizuri ama niweze kusoma biolojia vizuri? Kwa nini wasiruhusiwe kubeba chakula chao, licha ya kwamba pengine hata si lazima? Na lile swali ambalo lilizungumza, ujue wakati huo basari ya CDF tayari ishalipwa, serikali nayo ishatuma pesa zake, lakini bado mtoto yuko nyumbani. Na wakati akiruhusiwa, ukipata zile pesa za ruzuku za kumregesha, hapatiwi nafasi ya kuwa yeye asomeshwe peke yake vile hakuwako. Kwa hivyo hizi pesa zinaenda bure, pesa ya serikali inaenda bure, ile yetu ambayo inapitia katika mfuko wa CDF inaenda kwa mashule na haitumiki, na ile hali bado itakuwa inadaiwa hakula, hakusoma, ambayo inachangia matokeo mabaya. Na sijui kwa nini zile bodi zinazosimamia shule zinafurahia kwamba watoto wafanye vibaya kwa sababu hawako madarasani, ili mradi tu wao waweze kupata pesa za ziada, ili wakiwa na mikutano waweze kujilipa marupurupu ambayo wanafurahikia. Hili ni jambo la kuhuzunisha, Mheshimiwa Spika, na ndio maana nikasema, Mheshimiwa Madenge, huu ni mswada ambao ni wa kuzungumziwa, lakini ingetaka tuweze kutengeneza sheria, kuwe na mswada maalum wa kutengeneza sheria kwamba endapo kamati, bodi ya shule kwa sababu yule mwalimu mkuu mara nyingi atasema ni bodi ya shule ndio imesema waregeshwe nyumbani. Endapo bodi ya shule itawaregesha nyumbani watoto na vitu ambavyo sio lazima, basi moja kwa moja ile bodi ya shule iweze kuvunjuliwa mbali, kwa sababu haisaidii serikali, haisaidii mzazi, haisaidii mtoto, hata haijisaidii wenyewe katika kuchangia kuwa na matokeo bora. Hili swala la uniform, kwa nini mtu wakati anaenda kama ni kidato cha kwanza lazima aende na uniform mpya? Kwa sababu mimi ikiwa na watoto wangu kwa mfano 3 ama 2, mmoja ashamaliza na anaenda shule ile ile, na uniform ya yule mtoto mwingine bado ni nzuri, haijachafuka, haijararuka. Hata kama imeraruka kuna uwezo wa kurekebishwa. Mbona iwe ni lazima kwamba lazima awe na uniform mpya, awe na kiatu kipya, ambapo wakati alipomaliza ile tunaita grade la 6 labda alikuwa na kiatu tayari kizuri, na sasa ni miezi 3 tu kitambo aende grade ile nyingine ya 7, lakini analazimishwa sasa awe na kiatu mpya, na bila hicho hawezi kuruhusiwa kwenda. Nakubali na Mheshimiwa Madenge kwamba uniform ni muhimu, lakini ningeomba pia kama Wizara ya Elimu itaweza kutoa ushauri kwamba pia sio lazima kila shule iwe na uniform aina yake. Nina mfano mzuri katika nchi jirani hapa na nitahitaja Tanzania, kwamba katika mfumo wao wa haya mavazi ya shule huwa inaenda kimikoa. Kwa mfano ikiwa ni Bonde la Ufa, uniform za Bonde la Ufa, mavazi ya watoto wa shule ya Bonde ya Ufa zote zinakuwa aina moja. Itatofautiana na kama pengine ni ukanda wa Pwani, nao wanakuwa na yao. Na hii inarahisisha kwamba endapo nitakuwa na mtoto wangu alikuwa anasoma shule, labda alikuwa anasoma ni Mwamgunga Girls, lakini kwa sababu moja ama nyingine anataka uhamisho, anaenda shule nyingine kama ni Matuga, uniform bado ni hiyo hiyo. Hapo mzazi anakuwa na nafuu, atakuwa na nafuu, hana haja ya kununua uniform nyingine. Kwa hivyo haya ni mawazo ambayo nafikiria tukiendelea mbele katika kusaidia hili janga, hizi gharama za kununua uniform, pia isiwe ni lazima kwamba kila shule ni lazima iwe na sare yake maalum, kutofautiana na shule jirani, ambapo wakati mtu anataka, na hii imefika kwamba kiwango cha kwamba hata katika hizi shule ambazo tulikuwa tunazungumzia, mtu amesomea shule kama ni Vyongwani primary akafika hiyo grade ya 6, anarudi kwa grade ya 7, shule ni hiyo hiyo, wazazi wetu hawana uwezo, tunawajua sote, lakini bado anatikana abadilishe sare ambayo miezi 3 tu alikuwa amevaa na haijararuka, lakini aiache aweze kununua nyingine. Ikiwa wazazi, mzazi anao uwezo ni sawa, lakini hili swala la kwa sasa ni lazima mpaka inafikia hicho kiwango ambacho Mheshimiwa Madenge na sisi wahusika inatukera, ni ile kwamba mtoto anaambiwa sasa hawezi soma ili hali ako na sare ambayo bado anaweza kuitumia, ako na viatu ambayo anaweza kuvitumia, lakini rangi peke yake ndio inatofautisha. Na kama nilivyotanguliza, mavazi hayahusiani kamwe na uwezo wa mtoto kusoma na mtoto kufanya vyema. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kupatia fursa, na yunga mkono hoja hii.
Asante. Kabla tujaenda kwa mbunge mwingine, ningependa kuchukua fursa hii kukaribisha wageni wetu ambao wameketi katika public gallery leo. Wanafunzi kutoka ACK Ziwa Senior School, kutoka constituency ya Soi, eneo bunge la Soi katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Mumekaribishwa katika bunge kuendelea kuona vile bunge linavyofanya kazi. Asanteni sana. Nilikuwa nataka kuendelea kwa Kiswahili kama vile Mheshimiwa Tandaza alikuwa ametuanzishia. Na hiyo ningependa kupatia mbunge wa Baringo aweze kukaribisha hao wanafunzi ambao wanatoka upande wa Uasin Gishu.
Asante sana Madam Speaker. Ningependa kuchukua fursa huu kuwakaribisha wanafunzi kutoka Soi.
Na hoja ya nidhamu kutoka kwa Mheshimiwa Tandaza.
Mheshimiwa Spika, hapa kuna wanafunzi ambao na imani watatahiniwa katika somo lao la Kiswahili, na itakuwa si vizuri wakati mheshimiwa ambaye anawakaribisha anatumia lugha ambayo si sanifu. Sijasikia kwamba anawakaribisha kwa wakati ule alikuwa anazungumza. Kwa hivyo tafadhali upatie wanafunzi Kiswahili sanifu ili wasaidie wakati wa kufanya mitihani yao. Asante.
Mheshimiwa Baringo ameanza kwa kuambia anachukua fursa huu. Sasa sijui hapo ndipo Mheshimiwa Tandaza anasikia amekerwa. Sijui ni fursa hii. Unaweza kuendelea kutoka hapo kwa fursa hii.
Hiyo ni ngeli ya...
Endelea mbele sasa.
Asante sana. Nachukua fursa hii kuwakaribisha hapa bungeni, mjisikie mkiwa huru, na niwaeleze kwamba chumba hili ni chumba ambalo inadhaminiwa sana na kila mmoja wetu. Tukiwa hapa bungeni tunashirikiana vizuri, tunafanya kazi ya kutunga sheria ili tuweze kusaidia Wakenya. Na mimi nawaomba mtie bidii kule shuleni na muweke nidhamu mbele ili kesho pia muweze kuwa na nafasi ya kuwa viongozi kama sisi, na zaidi weka bidii kwa masomo, kwa sababu masomo ndio funguo la maisha. Anashukurani sana. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa wa Baringo. Katika screen ninaona jina la Mheshimiwa Ochanda, mbunge wa Bondo. Mheshimiwa Kasim Tandaza atatuambia hii screen itahitaji kwa Kiswahili wakati wa chakula cha mchana.
I believe haitakuwa tofauti na screen. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a very critical motion. Really critical. There's a lot of disorder in education as a sector generally. More so now when we're talking about the basic education, the amount of disorder is enormous. And I think schools, individual schools are doing things the way they want. There's no set standards. The way the ministry is running some of these things through circulars, field officers under the Ministry of Education are only waiting for new circulars. They're not implementing anything that they know that can work. So every school is doing their own things. Every school board is doing their own things. So you can imagine what's happening. And the amount of collision between a few people in the boards and the head of institutions is so bad. Yeah? They can sit, decide on certain things, then that becomes like a resolution of a parents' meeting, and then the thing gets to be implemented through across students or pupils. So, Madam Speaker, when you look at what's happening in our schools now, each school is doing their own things. Yeah? Each school is busy doing their own things. And as they are busy doing their own things, those who are suffering are kids of this country. They are children of this country. And they are suffering big. You get in today, schools were opening, I think, since yesterday or so. Immediately they enter into school, they are chased away. They go back to home over small things. Whether it's something to do with food, whether it's something to do with sports, it's something to do with I don't know what, it's something to do with basic infrastructure. I know CDF is doing a lot across the country. But there are certain basic things, because every CDF is structured. If certain things are required in between the months in the financial year that were not initially planned for, particularly in the constituency, there's a big problem. And all of this ends up with individual children, individual kids in the schools. So Madam Speaker, how I wished, when things can't be corrected, how I wished we said as a country that, no, let the government leave the issues of education for at least one whole year, for the government to reorganize itself, such that there's some order. At the moment, because of instructions that are given left and right, instructions that some are local, instruction that now we are talking about capitation, money goes, of course, late, but even when it goes, then there are instructions that are at the local level. The capitation is divided, is split into all manner of activities. And then apparently some of the monies reaches the school, then are brought backwards to the level of a sub-county or a county. So money is transferred from Nairobi, it goes to the school account, and once it's in the school account, instructions come from the county level or from the sub-county level that again, that part of the money is taken backwards to the sub-county and back to the county. And this may be happening, I want to believe it's not in order, but this may be happening with the knowledge of the Minister of Education, because these are the field officers at the county and sub-county level. You see, we've said this before. Sports, there's no way the amount of money that's given for sports can support the sporting activities from term 1 to 3rd term. And yet, the same amount, part of it it's taken back. So, Madam Speaker, what we are trying to say is this, that there's serious amount of disorder in the management of schools, particularly in the primary and in the secondary schools. The more confusion, you know, this idea of transiting the CBC, we are sitting on this transition for far too long. Because if we are not careful, we are going, like the students or the pupils who are now in grade 10, there are some of them are from schools, in as much as we are talking about pathways, some of them are in schools doing pathways that they didn't interact with at all at grade 7, grade 8, or grade 6. And this is happening. So the amount of disparity, the inequality that we are going to be witnessing or realizing over a period of time is basically because the way we are implementing all these issues that are related to basic education, Madam Speaker. And I want to repeat this, if you are not ready, let the government be firm at one stage, say no, we close the financial year, let parents pay. Let schools, parents pay, and we get to know that we are paying how much for primary, for secondary, and we pay for that entire year. Then the government sits back to reorganize so that they are able to raise money for the subsequent years, so that there's some order in the schools. As at the moment, we have a big problem. And it's a problem that I'm not too sure how it's going to be dealt with, because the field officers are no longer doing their work. They have to wait for circulars. What used to happen in terms of the school inspection, the inspectorate of schools, initially this was a very effective kind of unit. But of late, there's something called, I don't know, quality assurance. They sit in the office. Nobody goes to the field. In fact, if you look at the number of counties, for example, even sub-counties, where the Ministry of Education officials have even a car, it's just countable. And even how they are maintained. So they are unable to move, on one hand. So unless the ministry reorganizes, particularly how their field officers, the inspectorates, how the school inspections are supposed to work out, because this is happening because schools are left on their own. Head teachers are left on their own with a few people of the boards, then they make those kind of funny decisions. So if things are supposed to be reorganized, let there be resources for purposes of sub-county and county inspectorate departments of education, Madam Speaker. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. I'll just follow the order. The Honorable Shakil Shabir, member for Kisumu East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I support the motion. And Madam Speaker, the way he said yes, and you raised that as out of order, I apologize. It's something that has been haunting us for many a year. So many of my constituents come because they have to go and get uniform and shoes, which are about 3,000 shillings a pair. Even the parents don't have. And then also we ask them why they can't use the old shoes. They say, well, it's not right. They must buy new shoes from Bata or wherever else. In respect of uniform, as much as I expect that there should be a uniform, that basic uniform is an identification that the child is from such and such a school. That uniform should be basic, but neat. And I see no reason why we should not should allow mothers at home to sew that uniform for their child, or other single mothers and widows who can sew that uniform for their child. It gives them work. It also gives them the ability to make sure that the uniform is of the regular size. Madam Speaker, I have 4 children who are 6.5 years old. We have never got the right size. Some is big, some are small. So I think this issue of uniforms is very important, that it should be maintained, but there should not be a requirement to get it compulsory from the school or any designated outlets. Madam Speaker, I know for a fact, there's somebody who I know very well in Kisumu. He gets a kickback. He gives a kickback of every uniform, everything that is purchased from that particular institution, and he gives a kickback to the head of the institution. Madam Speaker, there's another one which has not been brought on. 4 reams of newspaper, photocopying paper. What in heaven for? Here you have children, you have to work with 4 reams of photocopying paper. They don't even have a photocopier in the office. So what is the reason for 4 reams of photocopying paper? It is not under the Basic Education Act. Yet those 4 reams must be unopened and must be of certain quality. You know why, Madam Speaker? Because they take them back to the place where they're purchased and get credit for it. Bus levy. My brother, Honorable Duncan Muthengi, maybe forgot. Madam, we go and buy buses for schools. They don't have classrooms, they don't have laboratories. Now then when they realize, some of them, some members of parliament used to pay a basic down payment and then advertise everywhere, we bought 10 buses for 10 schools. And they put maybe 1 million shillings down and 90% is being financed. That means that the school has to pay for the financing of the bus and the running of the bus. I myself have purchased a bus, reluctantly so. Madam Speaker, I was in Prince of Wales. We used to use a lorry, and we sat in that lorry. And when we were not sitting in the lorry, it was going to go and get sand and other things. Now you have these funny buses. Each school wants a bus, whether they have their classroom, they're not. And then, now that they cannot pay, they put a bus levy. A bus levy for every child, whether that child is going to go on the bus or not. And these children are then sent home for bus levy, which they are not going to use, which is totally illegal. They're sent home for food, and they can bring their own food, sometimes better than the one school gives. They also, at my time, and I think my brother Duncan is about not too much younger than me, we used to have Nayo milk, or I was even before that, Kenyatta milk. We had milk in school, then we had Nayo milk. Now they have these organizations who come and say that they are going to give lunch, and you have to come at 50 shillings or 150 shillings, 50 shillings per thing. Some people, the children cannot pay for that lunch. Yet in Nairobi and Dagoretti and other places, I'm told there's a machine that can put 1 million chapatis a day. In Dagoretti, they've been advertising that they have paid for everybody to be eating lunch, which is not probably the truth, not entirely. In other places, I think one of my colleagues very gracefully tells us that he pays for all the food stuff, but yet does not pay other things. So we are worried. In the 10th Parliament, Madam Speaker, one of my colleagues from the Northeastern, instead of putting up classrooms, he was sending food and he was sending water. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, where you were there with the 10th Parliament. It was taken and told by CDF that this was illegal. And he said, listen, my brothers, if I don't send them water and food, they will all die or they will run away. So what is a school for? The school is for educating of the children. So whether we do that in a mobile school run under camels or whatever, it is a school. There is another element, Mr. Speaker. Sir, these quality assessment officers, these field officers, they all want, if you ask for an assessment of a school, they will say, we want allowance, we want to be paid fuel and lunch. Yet, the Ministry of Education has employed them to do exactly that. Mr. Speaker, I don't know in your constituency, but mine, some of these Ministry of Education officers have four-wheel drives better than mine. They are purchased by the ministry. And so they go around with these four-wheel drives in funerals and other places, but not for what it is meant. So now if they want a quality assessment for a school, even if the school wants it, even if the children want it, we have to raise money. Then, Mr. Speaker, teaching is a calling, and we need people to be enthused to teach. Nowadays, we go to schools, Mr. Speaker, and they have what is called a prize-giving day. You know what they give the prize to? It is called encouragement and motivation of teachers. Mr. Speaker, these people are being paid. Some of them under TSC are being paid more than 50,000 shillings a month. Yet, they want motivation and encouragement. If you don't give them motivation and encouragement, they find ways and means of not teaching. Mr. Speaker, sir, not long ago, maybe last year, we came across a school in my constituency where the principal used to leave on Thursday morning or afternoon and say he's a Seventh-day Adventist, and he'd come back on Tuesday. And his vice principal likewise were the same lack of discipline. Likewise, the teachers were the same lack of discipline. And they would literally, the students would come and there was nobody. And out of 120 students, Mr. Speaker, sir, 118 got E's. So I was wondering what is going on. The fact of the issue is that there was an inability, on request, they did not want to teach. Now when you go to the school, they say, oh, if you can put a feeding program, the children will come. But the children come with their own food in Kisumu East. We are rural. We can get a cob of maize cheaper than what they can do otherwise. So we have a problem with the teaching system. Encouragement of teachers, or whatever you call it, is illegal. Then there's the issue of head teachers. Mr. Speaker, sir, now as we're talking about basic education, and I know we're talking about...
You can't. Then you could. When you want something, you request for it.
May I request?
Correct. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. This is very important. Madam Speaker, thank you for that time. Teachers molest children. Teachers beat up people. Teachers are not responsible. They rape children. Yet when you take it, they are transferred to another school. So I think the TSC has a responsibility as well as the Ministry of Education to take action. And finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, they get what is called capitation. Nobody knows what happens to that capitation. There is no knowledge, no accountability, no transparency, whatever. So that is with those few words, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the extra minute, I do support.
Thank you. The Honorable Jane Kihara, followed by the Honorable Mary Omaua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance. From the onset, there is nobody in their right mind who would not support this motion, because the education sector has literally collapsed. The ministry doesn't know what they are doing. This House does not give them enough budget. Parents are suffering economically. So all those problems that Honorable Mathenge was trying to elaborate are obvious, and we all know them. But the problem is, Mr. Speaker, when you talk of uniforms, instead of the head of state addressing that problem, from a sunroof of a car, he tells teachers to allow kids to go to school with or without uniform. I think we need to be honest with ourselves. It matters education. Where did the rain start beating us? Because those parents, they are with us. We know them. Some of them have no food to give those children, leave alone school fees. Because the government has refused to address the economic affairs or the high cost of living, so that everything else will fall into part. Nobody is interested now, especially the workers. I want to say here and now that the sub-county education office director in Naivasha comes to school or comes to the office when he wants. When there is a function, he's never there, so he doesn't know the problems we are facing. Mr. Speaker, today, in the newspaper, the news was, or what was there, is that absenteeism of teachers, because they are all over trying to do side hustles so that they can make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, we have teachers who have threatened to demonstrate or to boycott or to go on strike because of the myriad of problems that we have. I think it's better to call a spade and say education sector, nobody really wants it to work. Yes, it is constitutional. Children must get free education and compulsory. But when this capitation is not coming in time, and the teacher has to run a school, we have sent the children to school, there is no money to run the school. Some of the schools are being auctioned, Mr. Speaker. Even the teaching itself has gone much, much low. Mr. Speaker, it's only today that I heard children who have been in school for 3-4 years can hardly write or speak the language that they are supposed to use for the rest of their life in their everyday life. I think it's not good to hide, to bury our hands in the sand. Nobody is interested in education. The government itself is not interested. We are seeing money being thrown up and down in campaign mood, being given for empowerment when our children are at home because they can't go to school. I think we need to call it as it is and say that, Mr. Speaker, we need to go back to the drawing board if you have to address the children, the education of our children, education sector, because nobody seems to be interested. We are here giving bursaries, yes. How many can you give? like the children who are here, who I welcome very much, if their parents didn't have money to pay for them so that they come for this trip, they will not be here. So there is no equalization when we know that education is the only thing that can equalize children from rich families and poor families because they are getting the same quality of education. It's not happening, and nobody is interested. I think, Mr. Speaker, much as I support this motion, we must know where the problem is, because we know there is a problem, and a big one. Teachers are doing business. That is where they are saying we go and buy uniform from that place because he wants to make an extra coin. The taxation, they are paying for SHA, they are paying for affordable housing, and they have loans themselves. I think we are being dishonest when we address things so shallowly when we know where the problem is. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me a chance also to speak to this motion, and allow me to start by congratulating the member, Honorable Madenge, for bringing this motion. It touches on a very sensitive ministry, whereby we are molding our students or children by impacting knowledge so that they can be good leaders or future leaders tomorrow in all manners of way. Mr. Speaker, I'm a teacher by profession, and once a teacher, always a teacher. And I want to say that this sector of education is faced by myriad problems, and I would support majority of the honorable members who have spoken of this, starting from some of the areas that we still have staffing problems of teachers. And I want to congratulate the government because within a period of around 3 or 4 years, we have employed more than 100,000 teachers, but still, staffing is still a problem to some areas. This is one of the problems. Another one, it has been mentioned that from our time, we hear of teachers who are striking as they try to request the government for their salaries to be hiked. During this time, you know, our students lose the lessons they are supposed to, and when the teachers are caught back, they may not be able to recover all what was supposed to be taught within that time, and there are some students who are supposed to do a national examination by the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, also, due to the thin pay slips, as far as our teachers are concerned, it is true there are those of our teachers who are really absenting themselves with the funny reasons, but it's because they are going to look for side hustles so that they can be able to supplement their pay slips and be able to cater for everything that is around them because of how the economy is. Mr. Speaker, we also agree that there are drugs and substance abuse, right from the teachers to the students. These are also social issues as pertained in that motion of the Honorable Madenge. We also have lack of supervision. There are no inspections that are being done in our schools. Another time I was telling the sub-county director of education, when I was a teacher, we could hear that there is inspection that is to be done, and we used to shake, looking at if you have prepared well, if whatever is supposed to be done is in place, and also what is expected to have been taken place as far as the students is concerned is in place. But today, the teachers here of the inspection or any education officers coming to the school, and they don't even move an inch, meaning there is something that is lacking. And if at all, right from there, the inspection is not done properly, then you can imagine of these problems that we are talking about, which are happening to our schools. I come to the areas of the lunch program. Mr. Speaker, it is true. We have the lunch programs because there is the policy that there is education for all, and we are not charging anything in our day secondary schools apart from the lunch program. But you're also finding that in some schools, the lunch program is too much. The amount that has been put to be paid by the end of the year, divided into 3 terms, some is hefty. You find there are schools which are being led by parents who are able, and you find that there is even an egg or a bread at 11 o'clock. You find some of the students who come from the very needy families, they cannot be able to afford this. And you know, when we are giving bursaries, we do not give enough, especially for big constituencies. And I give an example of mine, Maragua constituency, where I give 3,000, which is not enough to all the students who have applied. And 3,000 per year is so little because none of the secondary schools that are requesting for a lunch program by the end of the year, less than 15,000, it is more. So you will find that some of the students who come from these needy families will have to be sent home because they cannot stay at school and eat while they are not paying. But Mr. Speaker, many are the time that I ask a question. This student is sent home for like a month. He has not eaten to go for the lunch program. When he comes, he's supposed to pay for the whole amount within the term, yet a whole month that his student was not at school, meaning he did not eat. So how are we compensating for that? So, Mr. Speaker, we are saying there is a way that we are supposed, as a ministry and as a government, not to allow students to be sent home by virtue of the lunch program. If at all there is anything the parent can be able to do in agreement with his son or daughter and remain in school without eating the lunch he can carry, then we are not supposed to send these boys and girls home by virtue of the balance in the name of the lunch program. And this is something that we can be able to do because in the schools we can be able to introduce the meal cards. For those who have been able to pay or whose parents are able to pay, the meal cards are there for them and the others can carry their own food. Meaning the student can stay in school and not to be sent to miss classes by virtue of this lunch program. Mr. Speaker, also, the issue of the school uniform. I want to say there are many of the principals who are taking advantage of this. You are finding this also in primary schools. Because there is the JSS, there is a uniform for them. And there is that for the primary. And it happens that a young boy or girl maybe grew big or the uniform got torn before he graduated to the JSS. And therefore there is a uniform that was bought for that lower kanda. And you now find now that the boy or the girl has gone or graduated to the JSS, another uniform has to be bought. Why don't we make it that one can be able to run with whatever kind of an uniform there is, and eventually and gradually the parent to be allowed to pay to buy that uniform when he or she will be able. But not to see students either within the primary or JSS or senior secondary going home by virtue that this student has no proper or current uniform in the class that he or she is. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, sometimes we are getting students out of school because of this lunch program, because of the uniform, and other funny things like maybe losing a book, things that can be provided gradually, giving the parent time. Because within our Basic Education Act, it gives the responsibility of the parent when it comes to the provision of uniform and also provision of lunch program and also in support of any development in the school whereby this has been properly discussed with the intervention of the education officials, we know there is that responsibility which the parent is supposed to take care of. Mr. Speaker, we are always complaining when these students are out of school. You know how the outside is, and many of these students are getting trapped in the drugs and substance abuse. Others are getting into early marriage just because this student, his or her esteem has gone down because there is no one who feels good when you have been sent home when you know others are still in school. So that we can be able to do away with these phases, Mr. Speaker, it is good that the Ministry of Education takes strict measures and gives circulars which are advisory onto whatever is supposed to be done, so that at least most of the time we can be able to detain these students and
allow her to finalize.
And also, thank you, Speaker, for giving me a minute. And also, to show to that we are not discriminating any student by virtue of where he or she comes from. Because we know in some families, they are poverty-stricken or they are needy, and our basic education and policy is education to all. So thank you so much. I support this motion, and I wish the suggestions that we are giving and ideas can be incorporated by the ministry with immediate effect.
Well said. I know members remember last week when the CS for Education was here, the questions we sent him back with are exactly the issues in this motion, almost word for word. The Madenge order, the Madenge, you were here last week, and you had the same questions the Minister for Education. And remember, he's supposed to bring back answers the week we come back from it. In fact, he's supposed to bring them tomorrow. You need to be on the lookout so that if his answers can answer the questions that are being raised by this motion, so be it. If not, then we keep pushing to ensure that what you're looking for as a parliament in this particular matter of uniforms is attained. All members, time now being 2 minutes after 1 o'clock. This House stands adjourned until this afternoon at 2:30 p.m.
back in session, members. I believe before us we have got Mr. Joseph Kingori Nguyo.
Correct, Honorable Chair.
For the purposes of our proceedings, we will refer you by the quest that you are making. That is to be nominated or appointed as a member of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. So for the purposes of our conversation from now on, we'll refer to you respectively as the nominee. We're going to have an introduction of the committee and the team from the Secretariat that is supporting our work. Then you will introduce yourself by name only. As a confirmation, we will have an oath administered. Then we will verify your original documents. And then from there, we will go to the vetting proper. I'm Duncan Maina Madenge, Member of Parliament, Nyeri Town Constituency, a Vice Chair of the National Cohesion and Equal Opportunities Committee, and chairing this session.
Oku Kaunya, Member of Parliament for Teso North, and a member of this committee.
Maungu Dick, MP, Luanda Constituency, and a member of this committee.
Fred Ikana, Member of Parliament, Shinyalu Constituency, and a member of this committee.
My name is Reham Mukami, County MP Nyeri, member of this committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Nzengu, Member of Parliament, Mwingi North, member of the committee.
Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Oscar Mlanda, Deputy Director to Committees.
Good afternoon. My name is Wanjiro Mora, Principal Clerk, Head of the Department, Statutory Committees.
Good afternoon. My name is Joan Aneo, Research Officer.
Good afternoon. I'm Audrey Andala, Legal Counsel. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amos Tindi, Answered Officer.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Sirmoy, Media Relation Officer.
Good afternoon. My name is Naserian Lotoi, Committee Clerk.
Good afternoon. My name is John Mutinda, Clerk Assistant.
Luka Mutua, Sergeant at Arms.
Afternoon, Kenneth Duawe, Office Services.
Nominee, you will kindly introduce yourselves by your official names.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I'm Joseph Kingori Nguyo, nominee, NCIC.
Please proceed to administer the oath.
I, Joseph Kingori Nguyo, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matters under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
You will kindly sign the oath. Forward all your original documents and testimonials as per the portfolio that you presented for the interview to our legal counsel for verification. In the meantime, I will anchor you on the process. This nomination process is pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution, the standing orders of Parliament, the National Integration and Cohesion Commission Act, and the Parliamentary Vetting and Appointments Act. We will
This session will take 1.5 hours, and the time is already running. Our rules of engagement are going to be guided by the statutes that I have quoted. You will largely speak uninterrupted, but anytime a member of parliament raises a point of order, you will halt your presentation and listen to the point of order being raised. The point of order will be raised through the chair. Your reply will be made through the chair, and the chair will continuously guide you on the proceedings. Our intention is you will make your presentations. Now, formally introduce yourself. If you have members of your family that you have brought in to accompany you for this vetting, you will introduce them. You'll take us through your education and employment background, and then you'll give us a brief as to your suitability for the appointment, should the House clear you for the task ahead. And the task is ensuring that this country does remain cohesive, that there is a peaceful coexistence and integration between the different communities that abide in this country. After your presentation, you'll make sure that you're brief without omitting details. And then the members, they have interacted with the documents that you have presented. They will pick questions on the basis of what you will present, and then they will field questions that you will respond to. When we get to the committee, we'll divide the committee into two. The first 3 members will ask 2 questions each initially. You will take note of the questions from each member, and after the first set of 6 questions, the chair will clear you to respond. After that, the next set of 3 members will also field questions. Again, you'll take note of the 6 questions and you will respond. Thereafter, if there are any supplementary questions or clarifications, again, we will flow in the same order. You can begin.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. I am a married man to 1 wife and 3 children who accompanied me today. And Chair, I wish to move to my education background.
You are free to introduce your family members if you so wish.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for that. And I could ask them to rise. So, my wife, Mary Wanjiku Kingori, my firstborn daughter, Damaris Werimo, who is with Creed University, she's working. My firstborn son, Victor Guyo, who is a 4th year choir doing computer science. And the lastborn, Caden Gary, is in grade 8. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the honor to introduce my family. In regard to my education, I have an education background, meaning that past the Form 4, the O-level, which I took in a local school called Wandobi Primary School, where I hail from, and from my A-level that I took in a school called Moro High School. I proceeded to Moi University, then Maseno Constituent College, where I undertook a Bachelor of Education, and therefore graduated with a B.Ed, second class upper honors. I also, in that field, undertook a management diploma in education in the Kenya Education Management Institute. So I have a diploma in education management. I have transitioned the education background to management. First, where I have undertaken a master's in business administration at Dedan Kimathi University. And beyond the master's, I have strengthened the administration through various support courses, notably to mention among the many senior management course, the strategic leadership course, strategic leadership development course. I have also taken the transformative leadership course all at Kenya School of Government. And lastly, I've also done strategic performance management with SAMI Dubai, notably among the many others. That's as far as education, Honorable Chair and members. Regarding my employment history, after finishing B.Ed Arts and being posted as a teacher at a school called Talasa High School in Garissa, Tana River, I've served as a teacher up to 2003 when I started now managerial tasks as a deputy principal for 3 years, and then as a principal from 2006 through to 2017, whereby, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, I felt like I was now running on a small space, and I needed to utilize my skills and experience and expertise in a more larger space. And I got the space, transitioned into public service, and with my background in management, I was found fit. And transitioning now to administration, where I tentatively served as a personal assistant to a cabinet secretary before officially taking up administration tasks, where I've served as a senior deputy secretary in various ministries and state departments, notably agriculture, ICT, that's broadcasting and telecommunication, East African community, and currently I am in the State Department for Investment Promotion. At the State Department for Investment Promotion, Honorable Chair and members, where I am, I pride in the fact that I was the first administrator in that State Department. So closely working with the Principal Secretary, we were able now to start up a State Department and put it on the feet, and it is fully established and running. I cannot possibly guess I may have been positioned there because there was trust from Interior that I could help to start the State Department, but we managed it. And currently, Honorable Chair, beyond serving as a Senior Deputy Secretary, I serve as the Parliamentary Liaison Officer, not only for the State Department, but Honorable Cabinet Secretary found it fit that the whole ministry. I also serve as the chair of the National Values and Principles of Governance, Honorable Chair, where we've performed well. Like the previous year, we had a 100% score. And lastly, among the very many others, is that I also serve as an alternate director at the Special Economic Zones Authority, where I represent the Principal Secretary, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you, nominee. Members, you have heard the presentation. You've interacted with the documents, and therefore we want to open the examination by members. So the first set of 3 members.
Chair, before I want to ask, I think the nominee has been very mean with information. For example, there was that form that he filled. He didn't mention anything about his wealth, and you know, those are basic information that we don't need to ask for. We need to get that information from the nominee. Starting to ask questions like that is not really interacting with the
Chariot, have you benefited, Honorable Zengu, with the portfolio from Mr. Nguyo, from the nominee?
Interacting with what is in the paper, Chair, is not enough because that is written information. For him, he needs to also own up the document by saying, yes, I said I own this and that, and break it down, rather than us asking.
Okay, nominee Mr. Nguyo, you will proceed. First, you state your net worth. You'll also indicate whether you have been convicted in a court of law. So in terms of the state net worth, you will basically do worth declaration. You have the protection of the Data Protection and Privacy Act in terms of the details, but a global figure will also not surface because we should be able to have a clear idea as to your acquisition of your wealth and assets. You'll indicate whether you have been convicted in any court of law or whether you have been adversely mentioned in any parliamentary report committee, including the Senate.
Thank you, Chair, and honorable members, even for the opportunity to further explain. Honorable Chair and members, first is that I'm a person of good standing in terms of integrity, and for which purpose I've not been adversely mentioned or interrogated. I have all the compliance reports that may testify integrity and other compliances, like the tax compliance certificate, the good conduct certificate, the EACC self-declaration. I have paid up my HELB obligations to the last, and therefore I have a HELB clearance. My certificates have been authenticated to be clean by the Commission of University Education. And in terms of political parties' involvement, Chair, is that I have a clearance from the Registrar of Political Parties that say for membership to a party, I am not an official. And therefore I have those compliances which I have submitted. In terms of wealth declaration, yes, we in the public service have been submitting wealth declaration every other 2 years. And I wish also to say I have submitted to this House. My wealth is in terms of the net worth, in terms of the building, the farms and plots and shares that I own is 92,500,000. And chair is that when you may not be a man of a lot of means, sometimes you are forced to invest with others so that you grow with others. So you'll find a lot of, about 20 million or so is in a company where that 20 is my shares, where you invest a bit of it, and then you allow the other people to invest much of it, and they give you a property value. So, Honorable Chair and members, thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, members, question time. Honorable Ikana, Honorable Nzengu, then Honorable Dick Maungu, in that order first.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman. Allow me to first take this opportunity to congratulate our nominee, Mr. Nguyo, and wish him all the best. I have a question for you, Mr. Nguyo. Given your long service across government institutions and interactions with senior government officials, if this committee approves you to become a member of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, and you find yourself in a situation where complaints have been brought before you involving this senior government official that you have worked with either previously or currently and seem to enjoy good relationships, how will you navigate that kind of situation? Then I think I will be able to ask you another question on the second step after you have answered that.
Chair, mine is just a simple question, but first, just to congratulate the nominee for a very clear presentation. Chair, I'm just wondering from the nominee, is now currently a senior director in the ministry as I referred to. I'm wondering why is intending to move from Senior Deputy Secretary, State Department of Investment, to a commission. What is the motivation so that we can understand? Because I thought that is a better position in terms of is the use of his knowledge or his academic knowledge in helping this country. Number two, Chair, you have indicated not applicable under professional associations, memberships, and publications. Yet your CV reflects extensive leadership roles across government committees, boards, and institutional structures. Can you explain this apparent non-disclosure and confirm whether your responses meet the constitutional standard of completeness and honesty as required under Chapter 6? Thank you, Chair.
Maungu?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, allow me also join my colleagues in congratulating the nominee for having got this nomination and wish him the best. Bonanguyo, looking at your CV, you began as a teacher and rose to the position of a senior principal where you existed into becoming a PA to a cabinet secretary into your current state. For the last almost 10 years now, you have actually dealt, by a large extent, interacted with political environments. You are now going into NCIC, equity, cohesion, integrity, and such virtues. Yet, your departure from a career teacher into a PA to me was a political appointment, a political process. You've therefore moved on to deal with politicians and political environment. I want to hear from you. How will you therefore be able to execute your mandate as a member of NCIC with all these exposures? Sometimes you know that the political environment is quite negative. Number two, there's currently a bill in Parliament, National Integration, Cohesion Integration Bill. Are you aware about that bill? And what value do you think we may need to add to that bill to enrich it better, to ensure that the office for which you aspire can be able to execute its mandate in a fair and transparent manner? Thank you.
Nominee, you will kindly proceed to respond to the questions. It is preferable, if possible, as much as possible, you can respond to the questions in the same order that they were asked.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. So, Chair, allow that I acknowledge the congratulations that have come from Honorable Rikana, Honorable Nzengu, Honorable Maungu, and I believe all the members. Thank you for that. Including Honorable Nzengu's compliment that I did a clear presentation. I feel encouraged. Thank you very much. On the first one of being from government, from Honorable Rikana, and therefore may be getting conflicted. Honorable Chair, it is true I'm an employee of the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. And as an administrator, I wish to give an assurance that all through what we deal with are resolutions left and right every day. And even when we are in the office, sometimes, because my direct supervisor is my principal secretary, there is a tendency, even for staff, to feel that everything I handle will finally have to favor my principal secretary. But by and large, if one is to succeed, one then has to be very neutral. And if people have to trust you, you have to try and look for justice, so that when you deliver a decision, is always found to be neutral, based on facts, and that way it is possible that even where it was not favoring your seniors, you explain to them, and they are always willing to listen, they are always willing to understand, as long as you have the courtesy to approach the matter in a way to explain and they understand. In the same equal breath is that given if this committee allows that I get confirmed for the position, I would still do the same, that now when I am in the NCIC, I'm even more neutral than when I was in government. It's more neutral, and it allows me to even be very, very neutral and deliver decisions based on facts, based on justice, and where I find it a bit not so conducive to my former employers, I should be, and my former seniors, I should be able to explain, and they are always understanding. Chair, if you allow that I proceed, I can proceed to the question from Honorable Nzengu. And the first question was why I intend to move to a commission than remain in the ministry. Chair, all along in my life, when I was a principal of a high school, I interacted with different communities. I should even want to move a little back and say when I was in the university, I did my teaching practice in a region called Kisii. When I started teaching in Garrison. As a principal of a county school, as a senior principal, my clients were not limited to a certain ethnic background, not even religious background. So I found myself in a situation where I am a true convertee of cohesion and integration, to an extent that it bothers me sometimes that people could amplify ethnicity, people could amplify religion or any other, be it race and others, to advance the agenda. And for me, it becomes now a big agenda that for real, given the opportunity, I would want to encourage cohesion, encourage integration. And in the space where I am now, being the ministry, I'm rather constrained because that is the far that I can be able to exercise my mainstreaming of cohesion. If I went to another ministry, it will look like I have overstepped. And because I feel full of cohesion and integration, I would want to really mainstream it not only in a ministry, but the whole country. To that extent, it gives me the reason to want to move to the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. On the last one of the professional association, first is that beginning with the education and similarly with the administration, they are not so very highly regulated in terms of the professional bodies, so that when you go to, for example, education, there was no regulatory body like you have, let's say, ISPAC for accounts, or you have dentists, the Poisons Board and Dentist Board for the medical field. They are more of associations. And these associations, I belonged to them. The heads welfare, the heads association, where I was even a chair of a sub-county for 7 years, and therefore an affiliate member of the national body. When you come to where I am in the national administration, I am also a member of the national government administrative officers, GAO. And we have forums where we share issues, we exchange ideas, and we grow with each other. Honorable Chair, I may not want to take it that I had declared. It is that in the real sense, we look at professional bodies as not really organizations and welfares, but those professional bodies that will regulate the career and regulate the professional, they regulate the professional output, to which extent it sometimes is not with the associations. And I think it's on that account that I did not talk of a professional body. I have intentions to join the Kenya Association of Professional Managers, CAPAM. Unlike, for example, accounts where you are required to have a CPAK and then you join, or dentist board and then you finish all the exams and join, you find that when you come to CAPAM, which is the only one which we can join, is open to all the cadres of administrators. When you come to, so not so much of a certain condition. When you come to the forums, You can either have them in Kapam, you can have them in Gao, and either way you can attend both, which I have been attending. So, Chair, if you allow, I could move to Honorable Maungu's questions. Equally, Chair, as a teacher, I felt like I had exhausted my space. The certificates which I can produce, and also if you, in my CV, as a teacher of history and government, like I have presented being position 1 year, position 1, another year, in the whole of Central Province. And like what more did I need to do? As a principal, and I have tabled, I may not have done everything I needed to do, but I have presented evidence and even congratulations from Teacher Service Commission for being my school being top 100. The examination of 2013, and I just sampled among the many top 100. The examination of 2016 being top 100 again, also being second in the Nyeri County. So I look at it like I was getting, the space was also getting constrained. I needed to move a little bit to any other space. So the space of coming now to the public service and transitioning as a PA, it gave me a good eye view of government, a good eye view of this country, a broader eye view than I had had there before. And my interaction, honorable members, with the politicians, I may not want to take it negatively. If you interact with politicians, they'll make you very clever. They will open up your mind. They will give you another view of life, and not a constrained one. They will want you to also, like I've said, I've been a parliamentary liaison officer. When we've occasionally come to Parliament, you don't just table items. You'll have to have done good research. You'll do good explanations. And so I would look at my interactions with politicians over that period, which was also not so long, as an advantage to me. I've even, Honorable Chair, been a member of a party, as a member of the Service Party of Kenya, but not an official. And it gave me all the 360 degrees understanding. But nonetheless, I never took any activities of political mobilization or officials. And I need to say that after that, when I have been in government for that period, my interaction was not more with politicians, unless when needed, like when we were coming to Parliament. It was more with the government officials, be it ministries where I was posted. And in a way, I wish to conclude by saying that in the process, because it's all been another university of learning, I have just known that you remain neutral, you remain apolitical, and like in the position that now I should occupy, should this committee favor me, is that the politicians are good people to live with. You cannot say you want to run away. You live with them. The only thing you do is that you draw boundaries in terms of what are you dealing with, what is on the table, what is the fairest way to deliver that. Honorable Chair, I thank you.
Okay, Honorable Mukami, Honorable Kaunya.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations, Mr. Guyo. I must declare that I know Guyo. He's from Nyeri, and I'm the county MP from Nyeri County. Mr. Guyo, what are the biggest current threats to cohesion and equal opportunity in Kenya? Now, you've said that you are a teacher. Have you ever faced pressure to compromise your principles, and how did you handle it? And how would you handle misinformation and propaganda? Like now, we are heading for elections. I would really like to know how you handle it. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kaunya.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I would like to congratulate the nominee for having reached this stage. And I would also want to congratulate you for rising from the teaching profession and crossing over to the administration, national administration, which I happen to have gone through myself. I've gone through national administration from the grassroots. Now, I want to ask just two questions. One is just to clarify. In your crossing from the teaching profession to administration, you've indicated you are the PA to the minister, to a minister or CS. Now, was your crossing from PA to the minister, which is basically political appointment, I guess? You can clarify to the committee that it was political, but most PAs to the ministers. Was your crossing to the PA, from the PA to the minister to now the line ministry of national administration? Did you go through the Public Service Commission interviews for merit consideration? A second question, you've indicated again on your public service record that you are chairman of the National Values and Principles of Governance Committee. I'm aware of that committee, and I'm also aware that it works closely with the NCIC on some matters. But how would you apply Chapter 10 of the Constitution in advancing the national cohesion and integration? Maybe three key ways by which you can apply if considered to be a member of the Commission. Thank you.
Once again, nominee, I also join my colleagues in congratulating you and seeing your transition from the teaching profession into mainstream government. But therein lies my questions. The first one is the Conflict of Interest Act 2025. Section 51B requires that a public officer, which you're one, shall disclose in writing to the reporting authority any offer of outside employment that could place the officer in a situation of conflict of interest within 7 days. Have you complied with that requirement upon your nomination for appointment? So have you therefore disclosed that offer of appointment, nomination for appointment, to the relevant authority within the public service where you are serving? The second question You are the chair of the national values and principles of governance. Is it within the ministry or is it nationwide? I am seeking an answer to that, whether it's within the ministry, that the State Department, or is it nationwide?
Within the State Department.
Within the State Department. You are aware of the NADCO report. And in the NADCO report, certain issues have been raised concerning cohesion and national integration. And I want to draw your attention to the contents of the NADCO report on the issue of national unity, cohesion, and shared identity. And this is what the report says, and that's where I would like to hear your response. That ethnic polarization and the winner-takes-all politics threaten cohesion. So what measures would you take with your experience in terms of the ensuring that the State Department did really observe the national values and principles of governance, and how that then prepares you for the new appointment should Parliament approve your nomination?
Okay, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, again, I also appreciate the congratulations and allow me also associate with the Honorable Kaunga now, who was in the National Administration. It makes me feel good because that is now the area where I am.
Nominee, you need to get the names of the members of Parliament correctly. It's Honorable Kaunya.
Kaunya. Thank you. Kaunya. Thank you, Chair, for the correction. Yes. Honorable Chair and honorable members, allow that I respond to the question from my county member of parliament. And first on the threats of equal opportunities and cohesion. We outrightly have the political competition in the country that tends to polarize the country, particularly towards the election period. Another threat is land ownership. And land ownership has also been a threat to cohesion and equal opportunities, where there could be disputes of land, particularly on who should settle where. We have issues of religious discrimination on religious rights, particularly of late we are having radicalization. And there are many, but let me not forget the allocation of opportunities, particularly to look at employment, where some communities of Kenyans may feel that they have not been treated well in the appointments, in the allocation of jobs, and all this may be a threat to cohesion due to the feel that there is no equal opportunity. My county MP, through the chair, I wish to proceed to the second question. The second question on misinformation and propaganda. Actually, first and foremost is that when we look at in the previous years, the cohesion and integration has been threatened through word of mouth, where probably some leaders may have spoken and then sometimes it was taken out of context or it was such. But of late, we have the media, we have the social media, we have AI, and in the process, there will be a lot of propaganda, there will be misinformation, including people will be purported to have said what they did not say. So it's true, there is a lot of misinformation, propaganda, sometimes even from the social media, the main media, at times not so much, and all that. And of late, we are encouraging, and particularly even those, not only the young people, who are moving with a lot of speed on that space, that even the rest, we have to acquaint ourselves with AI, we have to acquaint ourselves with other IT expertise, so that we are able to detect propaganda and misinformation. There is also the need to verify information that seems to be running. It's good to verify. You don't just go up and start commenting on information or go forwarding information or question information before you are able to verify the information. And of late, we even have assistance of other bodies like the Communications Authority of Kenya that can help to identify or give information, whether it's authentic or it is not. On the issue of compromise of identity, so once again, I also said that as an administrator, let's say back, and the question was put in reference to even when I was a principal, whether I may have had issues that may make me compromise. Well, we say as a leader of long standing, you have to have principles. And having principles is the only way that can help you to survive, because you can be consistent. And as long as you stick to the agenda and what you believe in, you can be able to do that today, tomorrow, the other year, and the other year, without feeling compromised and without having difficulties. So it's true as principals, for example, some of us who came from very competitive schools, and we needed to follow the admission criteria. It was a tough time because sometimes you have the requests from readers here and there. But I may say that as long as you follow the rules where it allows, because there are instances when it allows, because like leaders in a community are leaders in the community, and you need them tomorrow, you need to coexist. Where it allows, I wouldn't look at that as a compromise. I would look at it as being responsive. So there was no time when I was compromised. Chair, if you allow that, I could move on to questions from Mr. Kaunya and now I get it right, Honorable Chair, and who identified with now that I'm in the national administration. I wish to confirm that my movement from teaching to the ministry was not of a political appointment. I went through Public Service Commission, and Public Service Commission did me a suitability test. And by gauging my papers, my competencies, they now placed me as an administrator attached to the Ministry of Interior. And if you're not in the field, you are in the ministries. And being in the ministries, because I was not posted to the field, that's how I've continued to offer the services, even over PA, even over later on Senior Deputy Secretary, and all that. So it's been properly sanctioned by the Public Service Commission, who have continued to be my employer. In terms of rising, Honorable Chair, allow me say that as per the suitability test by Public Service Commission on my competencies, I wouldn't want to, in any way, want to blow my trumpet because I would rather someone else does it. But I would want to say that when I crossed over, I was able to fit very, very well because of the competencies, and I was able to deliver. I have tabled a case where, when I was posted to the Ministry of ICT and Broadcasting, specifically the State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunication, I was given a task, possibly, and there is a letter in the testimonials that I have provided, that had existed around for 5 years. Our offices were at Teleposta, and there was a big problem with between Teleposta and the ministry, because over 5 years, either the ministry had not paid up rent in the right way, or they had paid partially, they had not paid some government requirements from the rent. There was a lot of mess. And what the management of Teleposta had resorted to is causing fake blackouts where they cut off electricity, cut off water, sometimes bar officers from accessing the building, including sometimes they would allow only the cabinet secretary alone, everybody else stay out, and there was that issue. And then I was told, solve this matter. It had about a value of 100 million that we needed to settle out. And Honorable Chair, what I did is to say I could. I reached out to the Ministry of Housing. I reached out to Treasury, National Treasury. In my own ministry, there were the complementary departments for accounts, departments for finance, as an administrator. And it was not easy because we had to go to archives of many years, and people are not feeling very encouraged and motivated to go to archives, but that was the only solution. And by pulling everyone together, I was able in 8 months to settle the 100 million problem, after which even the management of Teleposta Towers wrote to the cabinet secretary, the letter is there, which was passed down to our PS and passed down to me, congratulating us for settling the matter that had been persistent for 5 years. And I felt that was probably something the leader, my superiors possibly noted, including the current one where I've said we've been able to establish a State Department and make it one of the most cooperative one. from the scratch. And Chair, these are some of probably the competencies and the efforts. Sometimes it's not even competencies. Sometimes it's just about dedication. Sometimes it's just about deciding that you're willing to work that have helped. And finally, on Honorable Kaunya, now on the Chapter 10. It is true I have been the chair of the National Values and the Principles of Governance Committee. You usually have each state department having one, and in a way, you are supposed to assist in mainstreaming of cohesion in the state department, and then you are supposed to adduce evidence that you have done it. Now, not to NCIC, but to the Directorate of National Cohesion in the Interior. And in that way, then, it's just what we are now going to extend to the country, and now in a much wider way, Therein lies how do you create inclusivity, which was that time we did in the ministry. Now we have to do in the whole country by overseeing that other institutions, they have inclusivity. There is offering of equal opportunities. During recruitment, we have to see that other institutions are encouraging PWDs, they are encouraging minorities, they are encouraging, and not just encouraging, but considering. And these are the various ways that we shall endeavor to make sure that they go well. Honorable Chair, on your questions on the conflict of interest in the offer of the job, I think that one I have already answered. That it was not political, it was sanctioned. And in the rise, it was more so of how your superiors gauge your performance and they give you support. And on the NADECO report, Honorable Chair, yes, it is true that one of the concerns was on the country being divisive, particularly either on ethnic lines that will project during the voting, during political times, and we are in that duration. And therefore, I agree that NADECO report did encourage that we create a shared identity in this country. We reduce ethnic imbalance. And Chair, I look at how I would approach that. There are many ways. First, there is the long term and there is the immediate. And looking at the very immediate ones, is that NCIC, I look at it that in order for NCIC to deliver, it needs to be deliberately working in collaboration with the other players. For example, when you come now to the IEBC, the Independent Electorals and Boundaries Commission that will be rolling out the elections, it is good to work closely with them so that you can even complement in making sure that they roll out very good nominations across the country, very good credible election, because that way it also removes a lot of effort from your side to let alone come in and try to bring people together. You can be, you can work proactively ahead than waiting for things to go west and you start running. And therefore we need to work with them on that. We need to work with all other bodies, including where I come from, the National Government Administrative Officers, because they are on the ground. And being on the ground, every other smoke before it billows. They are aware. And if we work with them, we can even sit with those, in those barazas. We can sit with them in the town halls. And we try to build cohesiveness. Actually, the way I look at it, Chair, is that our job as NCIC is not to firefight when there is an issue. It is even to try and preempt that there will be no issues. And actually, Chair, I look at it that absence of war is not necessarily peace, is not even necessarily cohesion. So we need to go deeper. Not just absence of war, even that time there isn't. What efforts can we put to make sure that people are committed and that everyone is feeling you belong to this country? Can we also encourage institutions to offer jobs to young people, the Gen Z, so that they stop feeling left out? Can we also look at the face of Kenya in the recruitments that will be done here and there? This will offer identity, and it will also offer equal opportunities and a more cohesive society, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, any supplementary questions or clarifications to the nominee? Yes, Honorable Ikana, then Honorable Maungu.
Thank you, Chair. I'm seeking a quick clarification from the nominee on to which specific ministry do you belong to? Because in your verbal submission, you seem to indicate that you belong to the Ministry of Interior. But looking at your CV, you have indicated your current posting as the Senior Deputy Secretary in the State Department of Investment Promotion, which I think should fall under the Ministry of Trade and Industrialization. Then just a word of caution, in your presentation you mentioned that interacting with politicians they are very good people, they make you very clever. I want to tell you, not all of them. Some politicians can be very, very toxic, so you need also to be cautious in that environment. Thank you.
Honorable Maungu.
Thank you, Chair. Baranguyo, in your declaration, you have indicated that family-associated business generates approximately 1.5 million shillings, Kenyan shillings. I wish to know what is your role in that business, and how do you ensure that they don't overlap or conflict with your mandate? And now that you are here, looking forward towards being nominated rightly for the position of commission, how will you handle situations where NCIC matters will conflict with your businesses, it in terms of the entities that you run, the regions you operate with, or the stakeholders? How do you ensure that there's no that conflict of interest with your businesses? Thank you.
Chair, I have one follow-up question.
Honorable Kaunya.
Chair, on the question that I asked about application of Article 10, maybe to make it more clearer, there is a deeper need for you to demonstrate how you are going to ensure you contribute to the application. The reason is, if you are aware, the Public Service Commission submits a report every year on compliance with the Article 10 and Article 232 dealing with the same issues of inclusion, the need to comply and ensure that the gross constitutional provisions are adhered to by all government departments and state departments. This committee does audit in terms of government organizations, agencies, and the general report indicates compliance is still a big problem. Majority of government agencies have not been able to comply. So the reason I was asking that question is whether you have a strategy of means of ensuring that you bring in a new broom in terms of being able to deal with those issues as a member if you are approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one supplementary nominee. You have, in your presentation, you have indicated the collaboration between the Commission and IEBC. Currently, we have a raging debate that is threatening to divide and balkanize this country in terms of zones or party strongholds, where certain parties do not want other parties to field candidates apparently in their strong zones. Either conduct nominations or even field candidates in the elections against the requirement of the Constitution for every Kenyan to exercise sovereignty directly. In your collaboration, in your proposed collaboration, should this committee and the House clear you, we'd like to hear how that threat you propose to address that threat to the cohesiveness of the country in their collaboration with the IEBC, which has the responsibility of conducting party primaries or party nominations and receiving party lists. The second one, you have been in ICT or information and communication. The issue of AI and ICT and how we could deploy it as a country to provide early warning signs of conflict and how to effectively leverage AI in promoting social cohesion.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Allow me start with a question from Honorable Ikana on my ministry. Honorable Chair, is that my ministry is the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. When you are there, they can deploy you to the field as county commissioner and move you from one county to another. But you'll still remain an employee of the National Interior and of the Interior and National Administration. If you are not in the field and then you are in the office, let's say in the ministries, you are moved to different ministries, so that currently, like I have moved from one ministry to another, I'm in the Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, specific State Department being the ministry, the State Department for Investment Promotion. But my mother ministry remains Interior, and they are the who will move you tomorrow from there and take you to another ministry, take you to another, and tomorrow if they decide you go to the county, they deploy you to the field, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, on if you allow that I move to, I wish to acknowledge the advice given by Honorable Rikana on the members of parliament, politicians, sorry. I take the question I take the caution, though in many times when we've interacted, I know I have benefited, but I take the caution, I'll be more cautious. Possibly, I think it's because in my mind I was thinking about members of parliament and not thinking about other politicians out there. On the question from Honorable Maungu, like I started that I prefer doing business with other people so that they can help in growing your little money into their big money, and therefore you realize that there is that separation between that business and your business. Even on the family businesses, which I don't run directly, I don't even run indirectly. They are run on the side. And so I may not have any conflict. I may not have any conflict. And I'm also a seasoned person. I know where I'm coming from. As being a member of being administration, I used to chair most of the procurement processes that you don't want to conflict the process with your own interests. And it has not happened, so I feel safe. I may not have any conflict. I have not had, I may not have. On Honorable Kawinya's question on Article 10. Article 10 and associated with Article 232 of the Constitution, particularly Article 10, that has 17 values that we are supposed to mainstream and safeguard, running from patriotism, equality, equity, sustainable development, inclusivity, and all of them, is that if I would go down to applicability and how I would ensure that they are being enforced. It is true, as the member of the honorable member has said, there are still reports that come out, and we find skewed employment, skewed in that they don't observe the 1/3 requirement, skewed employment in that they don't adhere to the disability requirement, the face of Kenya and all that, the gender and all that, and how now to practically ensure that it is being done, including all the recruitments. I would want to say that when you publish reports and you cause a debate and a deliberation, in a way, the institutions fear being portrayed negatively. And therefore, if we were to be keen on the recruitments being done and be interested in the outcomes, so that where the outcomes don't reflect the gender, where they don't inclusivity and all that, you can possibly be in a position to even sanction wherever that this can be sanctioned, that this employment is not done as per the requirement. And when that one is sanctioned with one institution and another, every other will want to be compliant to adhere because they don't want to go that route. I also want to believe that we can also work with the Parliament, because Parliament gives resources to these institutions. Parliament sanctions the activities of these institutions. They can fall even in audit queries when flagged off. They can even fall to the floor of the House. We have issues like previously KRA, where the matter was picked up by members of parliament, interrogated, scrutinized, and found not to be compliant and receded. So we can work with them, with members of parliament. And once now these enforcements are done, it will force any other institution to ensure that they are observant. In terms of hate speech, in terms of polarization, again, like I had said, you also work with the agencies that are entrusted right from GAO. And if you had a good rapport, as is supposed to be with the enforcers at DPP and all that, it's going to fasten the processes where they are required. And this way then you are able to make sure that Article 10 doesn't just remain on paper, just doesn't remain to be talked about, but to be enforced, Honorable Chair. On the question from Honorable Chair on zoning, I am aware, Chair, that this matter is not a matter of IEBC. It's also not a matter of Registrar of Political Parties. It's also not a matter of Parliament. It's an agreement of two parties. And where, if it was done in the best interest to reduce polarization and promote peaceful elections and successful, we would want to interrogate, and where we think that it is helpful, then it would be a good route to follow if it was going to help in the cohesion. But nonetheless, Chair, I still believe that this matter still belongs to the owners, who may not be a matter of the other parties. On the ICT, the use of AI and ICT, Honorable Chair, first and foremost, we want to leverage on kids who are very good in this area and create youth ambassadors who will be able to reach out to the fellow youths in a way that is more appealing to them. Even if, however much we are good at ICT, you'll still not be able to go down and put up something very appealing to the youths the way they would appeal to their peers. And these youths will help us to package info and package deliveries that will be appealing to the fellow youths in being youth ambassadors for peace, cohesion, and also in encouraging them to accept cohesion, accept integration. Either way, that doesn't mean that we abdicate that responsibility, like I had said earlier. We will also continue to upgrade our efficiency in the area so that using that expertise, we are also able to get into those spaces of the X, those spaces of the Instagram, those spaces where now we are able to see any incitement or any warning coming early, and then we are able to address it in good time. And using our own also ICT and AI expertise in the same space that is being used to polarize. It is the same space that we shall try to create a change in the mind of the people by also letting them see the other side. Because if you allow only people to learn negative agenda and there is no rebuttal, definitely it goes wrong. But if you are also there to give clarifications, give rebuttal, and in a position of explaining some of these issues, we'll also be able to have leveraged on ICT to also mitigate harm and in good time, Honorable Chair.
Okay.
It is okay, Chair, but I just wanted to make a comment because I really wanted to hear what he's going to say about the zoning. I think if you look at our constitution, as a Kenyan, you can vie wherever you feel like. So that is discrimination. We should not have zoning. I can go and vie in Busia. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mukami. Nominee, yes.
So, Chair, it's a very controversial issue. I think Honorable Mukami, the nominee, I think has tried his best. These are murky political situations because, Honorable Chair, I will cite for you an example where a member of Parliament asked the Minister, CS Interior, to transfer a division, which is my division called Changara, to his constituency. And last week we were looking at a situation where he said, supposing that was possible, of course it's impossible, I'm from that division. What it means, there will be two candidates who are all MPs vying there. So in a way, it's a murky situation or issue of zoning. Let's leave it to those who are supposed to deal with it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, members. Nominee, in your presentation, you have indicated you have interacted with parliamentarians and Parliament as the parliamentary liaison. I also noticed that in your ID, you've indicated your place of birth is Kiambu. Your home is Tetu in Nyeri. And in your documents, in terms of assets, you've said you have a home in Nyeri Town constituency. I am using that just to describe, and you've worked with ministers as a PA, as a secretary. So and some ministers are now former ministers, CSs, and some former MPs are now CSs, some former CSs are now MPs. So you have really interacted with members of Parliament. Currently, we have a case before Parliament where the immediate former chair of the commission has accused a chair of a committee of seeking inducements from him to be given audience to appear before the committee. With this, your interaction, I want you to confirm before this committee that whether the chair, any of the members sitting here today, any of the members of the Secretariat supporting this committee, or any other member who you have interacted with in the course of your performance of duties as liaison officer for the ministry has approached you and sought inducement so that either you or your colleagues could be granted audience and appearance before this committee. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I do agree. I was born in Kiabu, a place called Limuru, a place called Tigoni, where my father was working. And that was it. I think just that the birth certificate will therefore indicate Kiambu, and I've sometimes been forced to stick to that because during documentations, like when you need a passport and you need a birth certificate, it will have to indicate as the birth certificate reads. My parents are from Teto, and that's where I grew up my early years, and took bearing when I got to be on my own and settled in Nyeri town. That is where I am settled, and so I think like now my family, particularly the children, may not even have any affiliation with Teto. They say that is their grandmother's place, and therefore officially now it comes to Nyeri. And I am honored that the chair is from Nyeri. I appreciate. He's the member of Parliament Nyeri. And as you've rightfully said, yes, I am happy to have transversed this country to every county that is in this country. And I have lived with the people left and right. And Kenyans are good. Actually, it's only those who have not traveled that doubt others. On my role as a liaison officer, parliamentary liaison officer, and literally, I did not just run errands for the State Department as a State Department liaison officer. The Cabinet Secretary had also found it necessary that I run parliamentary liaison issues for the ministry, so that apart from arranging for PS's attendance, I could attend also for the Cabinet Secretary in Senate, in the National Assembly, and I would coordinate responses and have them transmitted to Parliament and sit in Parliament. And Honorable Chair, at no time, directly or indirectly, during those times, or this period of recruitment to NCIC, have I had any request of inducement. And so the claim from the former chair of NCIC, I may just say it rests with him to substantiate. But for me, Chair, is that I would also want to underscore that one of my immediate responsibility when, if granted the opportunity to sit at NCIC, in liaison with the chair, because there will be a chair, I will not be the chair, is to mend the relations with the Parliament. Because not only that unfortunate case of the chair allegations, but also we have not a very nice cordial relationship between the institution and Parliament. And on the desk, actually, urgently, that's one of the assignments. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, nominee. Do you have any closing remarks that you may have? Time is up. Nominee, if you have any closing remarks.
Yes, Chair, Honorable Chair, and honorable members. First is to appreciate His Excellency, the President, for the opportunity and the nomination. Allow me, Chair, also appreciate in presence and in absentia all the members of Parliament from Nyeri County at large, who on receiving this information have really encouraged me, congratulated me, and I thank you. I thank all of them. Allow me, Chair, also thank this committee.
Point of order. You know, the only role members of Parliament, including me as your member of Parliament currently has here, is to vet you, make a report to the House, and the decision of the House, the entire House, is what will determine whether you get appointed, cleared for appointment or not. So if you have received any congratulations, they may be premature, but maybe the congratulations would be for having made it this far, so that it is not misconstrued to understand that the members of parliament from Nyeri, because you're from there, are treating you with kids' gloves as in the voting process.
Yes, Chair, I acknowledge.
Yes,
it is to have come.
Ungu?
It's important that you've clarified that, because you know, sometimes we live in a world where misconceptions at the end of the day, and people may think that what is happening here is not a serious matter, but a game of wits. So I think it would be good that you clarified it. I was like concerned, the chairman is from Nyeri, already somebody is saying thank you. So this is just but a process, but the final process is coming. So Chair, I think that is very much in order.
Okay, I thank you, Chair. I thank you, Chair. I acknowledge that. And then finally, Chair, is to thank the committee, not only for the opportunity to appear before you, but I also feel that the vetting was very professional. I was not harassed. I was not put at a very intimidating position. I was given an environment that allowed me to think. And my prayer is to the committee that they will give me favor and allow that I sit in the member NCIC is my prayer to the committee, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, nominee. This committee will be strictly objective and will only be guided by your suitability to serve this nation as a committee member. This committee will not grant you any favors. It is only your competence, your ability, and your skills that will count when the committee makes this report. Thank you. The session is over. Kindly ensure that you receive back all your original documents as you came with them. Kindly ensure that you receive back all your original documents as you came with them. It's 15:37. Lunch break.
Going on in the university connects very well to industry. Now, in that particular regard, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, consultancy becomes very, very important on matters of, for example, understanding the dynamics of industry, as well as helping the Commission to develop partnerships, which are very important in helping the Commission to actually carry out its mandate. So, Honorable Chair and members, in that particular presentation, I think I have addressed key issues and how they connect to the position I am seeking within the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. Now, besides that, Chair, in my journey of teaching and research, I've had the opportunity to work in different universities around the country. I started my career at Kenya Methodist University in Meru, and then I proceeded to Cooperative College in Nairobi here. Then I proceeded to Egerton University in Nakuru, and thereafter I proceeded to Pwani University, where I got engaged in 2010, and I have been serving since that time and doing a lot of engagement in terms of the way I have described, teaching, research, and administration. So basically, Chair, that is what I can say for now. And I would want also the Honorable Chair and the Honorable members to also appreciate the fact that my movements across the different places, geographical spaces in the Republic of Kenya, gave me an opportunity to interact with different communities, appreciate their challenges, appreciate their aspirations, as well as be able to understand generally their way of life. Now, in the conduct of my professional activities, I would want to draw the attention of the committee, Honorable Chair and members, to my curriculum vitae, particularly on bullet number 7. Bullet number 7 shows a personal commitment to undertaking public responsibilities within the context of the Constitution and within the provisions of the National Cohesion and Integration Act. It also shows and demonstrates a personal commitment to the alignment of national values and principles of good governance. Now, in addition to that, Honorable Chair and members, I have indicated that I have participated in the development I've participated in committees at different levels within the university system. Now, I have had the opportunity to supply one document that is an outcome of the committee responsibility within Pwani University, and that is the Staff Development and Training Committee report. And in that report, Chair, Honorable Chair and members, I want to draw your attention to section 1.4 of that particular document, which shows, again, a deliberate attempt to embed the principles of governance, the national values, as well as the public service values in institutional documentation and processes. So with all this experience, Honorable Chair and members, I feel that I have what it takes to perform effectively should the committee feel fit to recommend my nomination for appointment in the position of member in the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. So, Chair and honorable members, I submit.
Thank you, nominee. You have not forwarded to us your original ID. You will kindly submit your original ID verification.
Thank you very much.
Okay. In the documents you have presented, your certificate of police clearance or Directorate of Criminal Investigation is dated 8th August 2025. And this is what it says. Holder of ID number, I do not need to quote your ID number, you know it.
I know it, yes.
Has been searched in criminal records office database with stroke without previous record. The validity of the information of this certificate is at the date of issue. This being 2026, we'll want you to produce a current clearance from the Directorate of Criminal Investigation. Based, again, connected to the same, in a letter to the National Assembly concerning the nominees, the letter from DCI to the National Assembly says this: this office requests for fingerprints of the below named nominees for forensic analysis. For this purpose, please advise the candidate to contact the Principal Criminal Registry, PCR office for assistance. You are in that list, your name appears as number 3. And therefore, it is paramount that you will produce proof before this committee by the end of the day today, because we progress to report writing tomorrow. We commence report writing tomorrow. You will provide us with a current clearance from DCI and prove that you have presented yourself to DCI, and therefore they have been able to capture your fingerprints, and they have carried out the necessary forensic analysis.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I am well guided, and I will act in accordance to the guidance.
Chair, have we received the ID? Just allow us members to finish with the documentation first. Yeah, okay. In that case then, members will open to the first set of questions.
Chair.
I will...
Chair, I just needed the guidance before we go to questions. Maybe you can guide us, because the nominee before us, as you rightly say, missing some documents, which is very critical for us to proceed. Is it in order for us to proceed when the documents are not right?
Thank you, Honorable Martins. This letter from DCI has 5 out of 5 or 6? It has 5 out of the 7 nominees who are appearing before this committee. And because the advisory is explicit, that the office requests for fingerprints and to present themselves. So, as we did on them the opportunity to comply with that letter by the time we our report writing. To note, nominee, that you cannot bring the documents directly to the committee. They will have to pass through the office of the clerk of the National Assembly, because that is the official route for communication. My assumption, members, is that the same certificate of August 2025 was used by the other vetting, the other institutions of government in this process. And therefore, what we would want is to give again the nominee an opportunity. He has that certificate. The question is the date. What we are questioning is the date, the time between the date it was issued and now. And since we do not have a strict provision as to the date of issue of the certificate, I think we can again allow the provision of an up-to-date certificate within the timelines. We'll make the decision when we come to report writing. That would be my proposal, members. If it is then in agreement, the first set of questions will come from Honorable Maungu, Honorable Kaunya, and for Honorable Ikana in that order. The first 3 sets of questions.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me first and foremost to congratulate the nominee for having come this far and appreciate a good presentation. Daktari, from your resume, you have largely spent your years of productive years in the world of academia. And being an academician, you have published several papers in the referred journals. I can see that you've published papers in the areas of management, areas of HR, areas of organizational performance, I wish to know, have you done any paper or any publication in the areas of cohesion, the areas of national cohesion and integration? And if so, how has such paper been able to assist in policy formulation in this country? Question number two. I look at your CV on page number 5. You have indicated your sources of income, which add up to around 4 million shillings annually. Down there, you have a statement of your net worth around 12 million. You have been in the field of academia for close to 20 years. Those are 2 decades. With a good package, which is found above the normal average package of a Kenyan, 4 million. I tend to find there's lack of consistency. Maybe I'd like you to expound your net worth vis-a-vis your annual income. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to go straight to the questions to the nominee. My first question, what, in your view, are 3 most pressing threats to national cohesion in Kenya? And what specific and forcible interventions would you propose? My second question, nominee, to ask whether have you ever participated in any formal mediation, arbitration, or conflict resolution processes involving communities in dispute within our multi-ethnic society? If yes, provide details and possible evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Allow me to also begin by congratulating our nominee, Dr. Mawasi, and also commend you for a very elaborate presentation that you've made. However, I have 2 very short questions for you. The first one, as my colleague, the Honorable Maungu, has noted, your experience emanates from your practice in academia and administration. I wish to know now that if this committee approves your nomination to NCIC, how do you intend to transition from an environment of academia and advisory to an environment where you will be required to do investigations, evidence assessment, and regulatory decision making? Then number 2, I would want you to tell us, Article 27 of the Constitution guarantees equality and freedom from discrimination. How will you ensure that the Commission advances this constitutional principle in public institutions if you are considered for this nomination? Then finally, in your introduction, you introduced Mr. Mutegi as a relative accompanying you, but you didn't proceed further to inform the committee how is your relationship or how you're related. Thank you.
Okay, nominee, kindly respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I wish to respond to the questions that have emanated from the floor by the honorable members. I will start with the first one, Honorable Maungu. Now, I have spent a lot of time in the academia, that is correct. In terms of publications, I have done extensive publications in management and HR. I have not this far done a publication on issues of national cohesion and integration. So probably that is a challenge I pick positively going forward, that I need now to refocus my research interests to matters of national cohesion and integration. The second question is with regard to the sources of income. My main source of income is actually the salary which I earn from the services I offer as a lecturer, and also as part of the administrative allowances I earn as a Dean School of Business. Now, probably the contradiction between the salary earnings and the net worth so declared arises from the social contextual factors. We know that in Kenya, we have a high rate of dependency. So the fact that I'm earning some amount of salary does not necessarily translate into a significant net worth, given the fact that that salary again supports quite a number of other activities supporting members of the community beyond the immediate family level. So that could explain the contradiction in terms of the net worth declared. Now I will go to give responses to the questions that have been presented to me by Honorable Member, Honorable Kaunya. The first one is about the threats to national cohesion. Now, in my quick analysis, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, I will go straight to the emerging issues. The first threat is about the ethnicization of politics in this country for purposes of mobilization. The second issue is the issue of the use of gangs. There's an emerging culture of goonism that is developing in this particular country. And the third issue that threatens national cohesion is the issue of weak enforcement of regulations by enforcement authorities. Now, in terms of the issue of ethnic mobilization, the most important thing that could happen in that arena is that there's need for serious civic education so that the citizens of this country can be able to understand their rights, they can be able to understand their constitutional obligations, and they can also be able to realize that the aspirations of Kenyans are all the same. You go to whichever part of the country, you listen to the Kenyan story, you realize that all Kenyans, irrespective of where they come from, they have a common story. And this story goes like this, that all Kenyans want to live in a peaceful society. All Kenyans want to raise their families in conditions that are not disruptive. All Kenyans want a country that offers them opportunity so that they can earn a decent livelihood, and they can use the earnings from their livelihoods to support their families and to develop and create a future for their children. Now, once civic education is done, it is possible that the narrative that which is used for purposes of political mobilization, using ethnicity as the foundation of that mobilization.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
You just want to guide the nominee, because we know the background you are, and but we would like you to refrain from textbook, just to tell us what you will do in such circumstances. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I am well guided. The first thing I would do in that particular situation is to work with the law enforcement agencies to ensure that laws are enforced accordingly as per the expectation of both the Constitution and the prevailing regulations that exist. The second thing is about changing the narrative about what Kenyans really want in terms of creating a peaceful environment. So one of the things that I'm saying is that we can adopt a policy of communicating to Kenyans, and we realize that Kenyans, the majority of the population, are young people. We need to find out where these people are. We need to find out what they are doing. And these people are mainly on digital platforms. So we can create digital platform messages that can be delivered to those spaces where the young Kenyans operate from. Another issue is to liaise with other stakeholders, religious groups, for example, community leaders, opinion leaders, social media influencers, in terms of trying to engage people from the grassroots level so that they can be able to mitigate the threats that could arise from such political processes. Now, in terms of the second question, mediation to community-related processes, I have not really done what I may refer to as a mediation process. The community challenge that I have participated in, I resolved that particular challenge through a legal process, not a purely mediated process. So that is how I'll respond to the issue of mediation. Now, I will go to question number 3, presented to me by Honorable Fred. Yes, it is true that my main experience originates from academia, and I am required now to explain how the transition to academia to one that is mainly investigative would suffice. Now, one of the things that education teaches us is the ability for adaptation. So a person who is properly educated adapts very quickly, very flexibly to changing environmental conditions. So in this regard, I would indicate here that I will use my experience in a flexible way to be able to transit effectively from academia to a position where investigations are going to be happening. Again, most of the things that guide the processes of investigations are guided by law. The constitutions and the other laws provide benchmarks on how investigations are supposed to be done. So I will be guided accordingly by the applicable law in terms of undertaking that particular responsibility. Now, question number 2 from the honorable member, equality and freedom of discrimination. Now, equality and freedom of discrimination, again, is provided for in the Constitution, it is provided for in the national values, it is provided for in the public service values. Now, one of the things that I'm going to do, should the committee find favor in my nomination, is to institutionalize this particular value in the Commission's processes of recruitment, processes of selection, processes of promotion, and all other processes that can offer safeguards against violation of this particular doctrine. Now, from a management perspective, where I come from in terms of teaching, we have what we call the day principle. Day principle means that at all times, people should be conscious about the issue of diversity. People should be conscious about the issue of equity. People should be conscious about the issue of inclusivity. So all decision-making processes should be guided by that day principle. Now again, going to question number 3 from the honorable member, the member thought that I provide more details about the visitor who has joined me in this particular presentation in terms of the relationships. Mr. Moses Mutegi is my relative in the context that he is my brother-in-law. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members, for your insightful questions.
Honorable Martins.
Thank you, and I equally congratulate you. I want you to be a bit practical on the question I'm going to ask you. And I appreciate your prowess in economics. In this country, for us to achieve cohesion, integration, peace, and unity, it means that majority must come to the center of issues. Some people will put it equity or equality. Now, in your academic, economic prowess, being of knowledge that in this country, a family or an individual would go hungry, sleeping on an empty stomach, and others have surpluses that some they even trash. How would you use your acumen in that leverage to ensure that there is equity in economic and resources in that line. Number two, there is something that throws Kenyans out of balance, whether they are at peace or not, and we call it hate speech, coming mostly from politicians, and we are facing an election next year. If you could also describe what you understand by the word hate speech, and how you can use your skills and consultancies to ensure that we are not just being reactive when hate speech is done, but we can also be preventive before each and everyone who gets to the pulpit or to the podium throws those venom to the people, so that we can prevent incitement and derogatory remarks that really inflames the emotions of the people. So, in short, one is about the economy, or economic or resources for household resources, how that can be balanced. Two, define for us what you understand by the word hate speech, which is a valuable ingredient in stirring hostility among Kenyans, and what you will do with your research skills and consultancies, which you have done in the academia, to ensure that they are prevented from even taking place rather than reactive. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, nominee. Going to back to the documents that you have presented, you have given us a broad figure for your net worth. Page 9 of 51, number 25. We need you to tell us what comprises your net worth. I want to congratulate you for your starting career in the academia. But right there lies my question. In the academia now, ICT has become a central tool for learning, and also a central tool for communication, and also a central tool for a number of things. And ICT and emerging AI technology has positive and negatives. One, how would we use AI and ICT to provide the country with an early warning system of conflict? And how can we leverage social media? On the other side, social media has become a source of deep fake news. It's being used to spread messages that incite ethnic conflict that affect the cohesiveness of our society. Now, how, in practical terms, do you translate your experience in the academia to the practical requirements in the field of cohesion, and especially on the area of ICT, and you're dealing with young people? The second one, your place of birth and your place of work, Taita Taveta. Are you aware of factors that have contributed or affected cohesiveness in Taita Taveta? Issues about land from multiple angles. The ranches, mining, sisal estates, the KWS, Wildlife Services, and forests, and the feelings of the local community about historical injustices and insecurity.
squatters is a real problem in Taita Taveta. Two things. Are you then, based on the local identity, so your place of birth, it is where you have worked, how are you going to avoid being conflicted in your role as a commissioner? Part B of that question, what practical steps will you bring in resolving these issues? Because they are, I was early last year, I was in Voi over a dispute on land where land had been sold, and the clan from where the land had been sold to other people decided it was community land and they wanted it repossessed. How are you going to ensure impartiality in the face of real existing and real issues that are affecting cohesion at home where you come from? Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member Maungo for the supplementary questions that he has raised. The first question was about...
that was, the member is Honorable Martins Owino.
Oh, sorry, I'm well guided, Honorable Chair. Honorable Martin Owino, the question about equity vis-a-vis matters economics. I would respond this way, that it is true that in the Kenyan society there is a lot of disparity in income. Now, from the economic perspective, this is an issue that can be handled in many different ways. The first one, it can be handled through the issue of fiscal policy, the way we do taxation and the way we redistribute income through tax policy measures. The other issue is to reallocate government expenditure so that we have specifically targeted expenditure programs that are intended to benefit the poor people. So we could use taxation, we could also use expenditure policies to be able to address the issue of inequality. Now, with regard to hate speech,
point of order, just on that, you know, you are going to be a very important member of NCIC, and you are going to influence the policy. So the expression that it could be, or, you know, those passivity is what I cautioned you earlier. Now, assume that you are now a member and be firm on it. This is what I'm going to do. Because even if you have to reallocate, it's not going to happen just like that. There would be some policies required to do that. If it is tax, what is it that you're going to do as a commission to influence that taxes are equitable? So again, Chair, I just want the professor to, you know, come down from the tower of academics and textbooks and just be practical now. This is what is going on across the country. When I'm a member of this commission, this is what I'm going to do, and just ride on that rail.
Thank you.
Nominee, you will reframe in your response, confining yourselves to the mandate of the commission. Confining yourself to the mandate of the commission. Remember, because when you go to tax measures, then right?
Okay, I'm well guided, Honorable Chair.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for the guidance. In terms of tax policy measures, we know very well that matters taxation are normally done in Parliament, So this is a role that requires me to really move out of the commission offices to use applicable instruments to lobby Parliament to be able to reconsider redesigning the tax structure so that we can free some resources for purposes of spending to address needs of those who are disadvantaged in the community. So in terms of expenditure, this is another budgetary process that will have to really go through Parliament, and therefore it also requires me to lobby Parliament in terms of the way they are going to allocate monies to different vote heads to support activities that benefit the disadvantaged members of the society. Now going to the issue of hate speech, the honorable member requested that I give a practical meaning or definition of what hate speech means. Hate speech is, in my view, the kind of communication that happens in different media and platforms with the intention either to intimidate, to disrupt, or to cause fear among the members of the public with the intention of imposing a political idea. So that is how I would define hate speech, honorable member. Now I can now go to the issues that the honorable chair has raised.
Chair, just before you go there was a part of it which maybe you need to deal with before you go to the chair's question. The definition is good. I appreciate that. Now, how would you, I ask that based on your research, which is, of course, based on the university's experience and all that, and you said you have done some consultancies. All these are good acumen. How would you, and we are now in the political, it's coming up, and political have just started in this country. And those will flare up and flare tensions and emotions. How would you use those research skills and consultancy skills to prevent, rather than sitting in the office for reactions, not being reactive? So that was the other part of that question.
Thank you very much, honorable member. With regard to what is to be done on matters of hate speech, given the research background I come from, one of the things that I will be doing as a member of the commission is to ensure that there is a strong research department, or there is a strong research committee charged with the responsibility of managing research processes. And these research processes will generate ideas about the real issues that affect Kenyans on matters of hate speech. Now again, if you look at our constitution, the issue of hate speech is actually condemned under Article 33 of the Constitution. The fact that the Constitution gives people the right and the freedom of expression, there is a caveat that things that could border on warmongering are actually illegal as per the constitutional definition in terms of the safeguards on matters of the freedom of expression. So I will rely mostly on constitutional restrictions to guide the processes of managing hate speech. I will also work with community leaders on matters. Communities generally and normally do have opinion leaders. So it is important that we tap into the community decision-making structures so that I am able now to pass anti-hate speech messages through community platforms. Again, I'll be working with religious leaders, I will be working with CBOs, I'll be working with youth leaders. And in terms of the youth, this youthful population, they are so much techno-savvy, and they are mainly found in the digital spaces. So in this regard, it would be prudent that I extend my collaboration to other agencies who can be able to support in this particular issue. For example, There is the Communication Authority of Kenya. It can be able to assist in monitoring what is happening in the digital space. We can work also, I will work with, I would say, social media influencers so that they can develop alternative messages, package them nicely so that they can be consumed by the youthful population that is normally found on the digital space. Now, again, in terms of matters hate speech, I would be working with other agencies, investigating agencies, for example, to get the support, because before you accuse someone on an issue as serious as hate speech, there is a need to have the facts, and these facts can come from research, and this research sometimes is supported by external agencies that have real capacity to investigate matters that border on criminality. Thank you, Honorable Member. Now, I can now go to the questions that have been raised by my Honorable Chair. The first one is about the net worth. I am well guided on the issue of the net worth. I'll be proceeding to break that down so that it can give unbundled information for ease of understanding. The other issue is about ICT and how it supports learning, communication, and such like things. It is true that ICT has emerged as one of the favorite learning instruments that are being used, even now as we are speaking here, by different entities, including the university sector. Many universities in this country are transiting from physical class interactions and moving towards the blended and online learning. And this is for a reason. The reason is that many people are techno-savvy, they are knowledgeable about technology, and they are at ease with this technology, and they can use it to facilitate learning. The only challenge that comes with ICT-enabled learning is the issue of inclusivity. Not all Kenyans can be onboarded on platforms like that, because they require some investments, sometimes substantial investments at family level and also at institutional level. Now, it is also true that ICT has emerged as an important medium of communication, and to support this view, just about everything we do these days is ICT enabled. I personally don't remember the last day I wrote a physical letter. Most of these things are happening either on email, on WhatsApp, and other ICT-enabled communication tools. Now, with the issue of AI technology and how we can use it for early warning, AI is emerging as one of those technologies that are being referred to as disruptive technologies because of the power and the capacity in which they can be used by whoever wants to use those particular AI tools. Now, with regard to the mandate of the Commission, AI can be leveraged to support early warning and detection. This is through monitoring of communication that is happening among different users of AI, particularly the young people. And it can also be used to track communication so that you can be able to know the sources from which communications are coming from, which are sometimes inflammatory. And it can also be used to develop systems of flagging AI messages and sometimes even blocking access to those kind of messages from the users. Now, social media, in terms of peace building and cohesion, it is important, and we can't run away from it really. Now, because just about every person uses social media. Here, for those who are in those digital spaces, what I'll be doing is to seek the support of stakeholders who can be able to really give inputs on social media. For example, we could use, or I'll be going to be using social media influencers. Just recently, there was the Tukokadi movement, and it was really trending. And how good would it be if, for example, those communications about Tukokadi there was some embedded message about cohesion. It would have reached millions of people in real time. So social media, it is true that it is a powerful means of communication, but it needs to be used with caution, and people need to use it responsibly. Now, with regard to fake news, in the social media, it is true, Honorable Chair, that there is a lot of fake news. There's a lot of disinformation. There's a lot of misinformation. Now, to correct this fake news, the misinformation, the disinformation, that is where now the research skills comes in, so that now we can correct those narratives by providing factual information. And this factual information can be delivered in platforms which are used by, for example, the young people who are normally found on the social media. Now, so in that regard, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, it is possible to leverage AI and social media for purposes of building a cohesive society, mainly through messaging. And sometimes I go beyond to even think probably without the box. For example, sometimes I think that in many of the documents that originate from government, we could embed there some features that communicate these messages. For example, if you look at our currency, we have features about elephants. You look at the documents, the IDs. Why can't we embed certain features as part of the security feature of such documents? Something that communicates messages about peace and cohesion. So with that, Honorable Chair and members, I submit.
You have evaded the question about the issues affecting cohesion in your home county.
Sorry, Chair. I will address myself to the question as it was not an invasion.
And nominee, it had a bearing on one, conflict of interest on your part as a local person from that community, born, working there. Also, it has a bearing on your impartiality.
Honorable Chair, I would want to really say that it was not an evasion, probably it was an oversight. And in terms of its connection to impartiality and conflict of interest, this is how I would want to address the issue. Now, I had indicated earlier on that when I was asked by the honorable member about whether I participated in community-led mediation processes, I said I have not. And I gave an example that the only thing that I did in terms of mediating a conflict, and it was a land conflict, was that I worked together with community members to resolve the problem through a legal process. So in that regard, Honorable Chair, I say that I'm not conflicted. Now, should I feel that I am conflicted on any matter that affect the discharge of my duties because of the ethnicity of place of birth, I would want to say that as a practical measure, I will recuse myself from that particular process so that it is handled professionally without conflicts by other able members of the Commission.
Honorable Martins, then Honorable Maungu.
Just have supplementary, thank you, Chair, to the nominee. You know, when the act was done on 208, it was supposed to be, and it was meant to be, and it should be, independent. And NCIC is an independent commission, meaning it cuts across all the arms of government and do not succumb to any power. Now, we don't know, Chair, we don't have any barometer to measure the spine or the backbone of the nominee. But it will be important for you to also convince this committee that you will add another backbone to the entire commission. that when something comes up, it doesn't matter who it is, but you take it head on. And maybe sample, for you to take a sample of what can convince us, where if you have had any disagreement in the institution where you work and you stood your ground, you can give us an example and how that was resolved without being compromised. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Maungu.
Thank you. Daktari, I've listened to you keenly, and with all due respect, your feedback, your responses kind of sound too academic. We had close to 640 applicants, Kenyans, some of whom were highly qualified than you, who applied for this position. Out of the 50 million Kenyans we have, 640 applied, and 7 of you were nominated. Listening to you, most taking into account that your career has largely been academic, tell us, why do you think this committee should be satisfied that you possess not only the academic qualifications, but also the practical judgment, independence, and authority required to serve effectively as a commissioner of NCIC? And I'll appreciate if you become practical in your response. Thank you.
Nominee, on the question of your network, I would still, even as you prepare, I got the answer you gave was that you will prepare to unbundle it. But even as you unbundle, we'd like you in broad terms to tell us what constitutes. Is it land? Is it motor vehicles? What is it? The finer details you will furnish to the Secretariat, but would like you to unbundle that just in general terms.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would first wish to, with your permission, respond first to the question that has been brought to my attention by Honorable Martins about my independence. The independence of my judgment is actually guaranteed because the decision-making processes at the Commission is guided by law. And there are various instruments within the legal framework that guide how decisions are going to be made. Again, serious decisions are not done by individuals. At the Commission level, these decisions are made on the basis of teamwork. So the decisions will be made by the commissioners, and these decisions will be made on the basis of facts that will have been generated through research practices. Now, going to Honorable Maungu.
Just a point of information. Yes, you are right. There are those laws that you are going to. But there are powers that interferes in the execution of those laws. And the reason why we ask you, and I refrain because we don't have the barometer to measure your spine, is that those commissions are made of individuals. And those individuals must stand in order to vote right. That's why we wanted to gauge how you have even stood in the institution you are now and what transpired and how you handle it. That would have helped us. So we are not just asking you in vain. We know what happens when you get into the office. But you have to assure us that you can stand your ground when they appear.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Martins, Honorable Martins. The only limitations in terms of the way the question is addressed is that in the institution where I am serving, I have not had a scenario where I had to deal with a situation like that. And therefore, it also tells about another story, that in the conduct of my duties, I do the duties in accordance with the law. So most unlikely, such scenarios where influences to decision making begin to appear are really not the norm in the conduct of my in the conduct of my justice. Not only where I'm serving in the current moment, but also in the various other places that I have been privileged to have the opportunity to serve.
Through the chair, is the nominee telling us he has never had any disagreement in governance and in accountability? Well, this happens even in our homes, but we're just referring to your institution. Are you saying then that you are in discharge of your duties, you have never had any disagreement with the leadership, with the colleagues, in procurement, in student issues? Everything has just been normal, right?
Yes, Honorable Member.
Interesting.
Proceed, nominee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I go to the issue of which has been raised by Honorable Maungu, that I sound too academic. Again, still, I would want to say that my academic background in no way lessens my ability to be able to handle the mandate of the Commission effectively. Now, this is for a reason. The first one, again, I'll go to the established frameworks that guide on how the Commission should run. It is something that is a given. There are laws, there are different partners who can be able to be roped in to support processes that advance the cause of the Commission. And in a broad sense, that advance the real dream of a better and a more cohesive nation. So the academic background, Honorable Member, might not really interfere with the actual conduct of my duties at the Commission, should I be recommended for appointment.
The unbundling of your net worth in general terms.
Thank you very much. In unbundling my net worth in general, net worth is composed of salary. It is composed of shares in the salary. It is composed of shares at Safaricom. Distributed between Taita Taveta and Nairobi. It is also composed of vehicles. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chair, my last.
Yes, Honorable.
My last to the nominee. Should you not be successful, and I'm saying you're not going to be, would you gladly go back to teaching?
Honorable Owino, restate your question again.
Chair, I just asked the nominee, should he not be successful in the process of being nominated and appointed? And I'm not saying that you are not going to be, to fail to be successful, but would you, in the process, in the outcome, to your position where you are now? Gladly.
Thank you very much, through the Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Martins. Yes, I would go back to my academic position, gladly to serve the people of Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you, nominee. That brings us to the end of the vetting session. You will kindly ensure that all your original documents have been returned to you. Remember the requirement about and the timelines for updating your records with the DCI and the certificate, and also your written unbundling with figures now for your net worth. Thank you very much. I want to thank you for responding to the issues that have been raised by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, honorable members, for giving me this opportunity to participate in this very important process. I would want to congratulate the chair for the able leadership. In my view, from where I sit, the process has gone on well. It has been done very professionally. The insights from the floor are very good, and I have picked quite a lot of ideas that will inform my actions should I be eventually recommended for appointment to the commission. Thank you very much, Chair.
One last question. The immediate outgoing chair of the commission has made a presentation to Parliament about being asked for inducement to be given audience by a committee of Parliament. I therefore want you to go on record as to whether either the chair or any of the members of the committee, including the secretariat, or any proxy has approached you asking for inducement in order to be granted audience before this committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. On that particular matter, I would say that none of those members have approached me for purposes of facilitating this particular process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, nominee. Thank you very much, and we wish you well.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Notice that the committee will retreat for report writing effective the end of the day today. The report will be tabled in Parliament tomorrow. So for the additional documentation that has been requested, the clock is ticking.
I am well guided, Honorable Chair. I'm picking it up starting now.
Okay. Members, we take a 15 minutes break. We take a 20 minutes break so that our colleagues who have gone to give quorum in the other committees have come back.
I am nominated MP, a member of this committee.
Good morning. My name is Maungu Dick, MP Luanda, and a member of the committee.
Welcome, Rahim. My name is Martin Owino, Wood Chief, member of Parliament from the constituency and a member of this committee.
Secretariat, please.
Good morning. My name is Wanjiro Mora. I'm a principal clerk and head of department statutory committees.
Good morning. I am Nasirian Lotwai, committee clerk.
Good morning. My name is John Mutinda, clerk assistant.
Good morning. My name is Joanna Neo, research officer.
Good morning. I'm Audrey Andala, legal counsel. Thank you.
Good morning. Timothy Chico, research officer.
Good morning. My name is Amos Tindi, Hansard officer.
Sanjay Natams.
Good morning, office services, Kenneth Wawero.
Okay, Sergeant at Arms, kindly administer the oath.
I, Irene Chepoisho Tulel, do swear that the evidence I shall give in this committee on the matters under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. You'll proceed to sign the oath. Then kindly forward your original documents for verification. Okay, while the verification is going on, we will proceed. In your appearance before this committee, we are going to be guided by the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the National Cohesion and Integration Commission Act 2008, the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, and the Standing Orders of Parliament. This session will take 1.5 hours. It's slotted to take 1.5 hours. The time started ticking immediately you came in. You will largely, in your presentation, be heard uninterrupted. However, should it be necessary, the members of parliament will raise a point of order. Once you hear that point of order, you will halt your presentation, allow the member of parliament to execute or prosecute the point of order, and then the chair will guide. Thereafter, we will go into fielding of questions from the members of parliament. And initially, the members of parliament will seek any clarifications based on your presentation. And then each one in the first round will field 2 questions to you. You will take note of the questions, and only after all the members have asked the 2 questions each, then we will give you time to respond. Again, if there are supplementary questions as a result of your responses, the members of parliament will note their supplementary questions, but if there are clarifications, they will intervene. The supplementary questions will come in round 2, where each member will pose 1 question, and then we'll see how we'll have performed in terms of time. You will introduce yourself again. If you have members of your family who you have requested to accompany you, or indeed any other person of your choice, you are at liberty to introduce them. Then you will give us your educational background, your employment background, and then in your own words, you will describe yourself in terms of how suitable you feel you are for the role that you have sought to be nominated. You can begin.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. I am Irene Chepoisho Tulel, a resident of West Pokot County, ethnicity Pokot. Chair and honorable members, with me I've been accompanied by my mother. Unfortunately, I can't turn. I've been accompanied by my mom.
Yeah, sorry. Our sympathies, we noticed that you're wearing a dress. Our sympathies, certainly it would look like you have some medical issue that has required you to wear the dress. We take note of that. And Pole Sana, we also wish you a quick recovery. In that case, because of challenge in turning, I'll ask your family members that once you mention them, they will stand so that we can then identify them.
I'm accompanied by my mother, Ms. Rofina Tulel, whom I'm the firstborn. With her is my son, William Pengat, who's a university student. That's my firstborn son. And my cousin, Maalon. Thank you, Chair and honorable members. Chair, I come from West Pokot County. My education background, Chair, I studied in West Pokot. I went to Chorok Primary School initially, then later on did my KCP exams in Kabich Primary School in West Pokot County. I later on transited to Immaculate Heart Juniorate, which is in Eldoret, where I did my Form 4, and then joined Daystar University to pursue a degree in Community Development, Peace and Conflict Transformation. Thereafter, I proceeded to the University of Nairobi, where I pursued Armed Conflict and Peace Studies for my master's degree. And I did my thesis on the role of women in armed conflict, in conflict, a case study of Pokot community and the women. Chair, over the time of my employment, I finished university in 2005. My employment history, I started my first work employment in the Dab refugee camp as a gender and development officer within the refugee camp, where I was handling gender-based cases within the refugee setting. I later on then joined Africa Peace Forum, which was the research institute for conflict early warning and early response mechanism for IGAD as an assistant country coordinator to manage early warning and early response on pastoralist conflicts. That was an area covering Tana River all the way to Mount Elgon districts at that particular moment. A position I held for a very short time, later on transited by the age of 27 to be the country coordinator for the same program, conflict early warning and early response. Chair, it's during my tenure as the country coordinator for Kenya, for IGAD, which is a member of all the IGAD countries, that we saw the number of reporting areas and the number of districts increase to cover the area that I've given. Our role responsibility was managing and reporting pastoralist conflict, working closely with the provincial administration, together with the district peace committees, which at that particular moment were not in every part of this country. Later on, the president then, Mwai Kibaki, did give a directive to all the districts to ensure that they have district peace committees because of the successes in managing conflict at that particular level. It's also during that time that Kenya became the first country to institutionalize the early warning and early response, to domesticate it. And also Kenya became the first country at that particular time to also roll out the Rapid Response Fund between IGAD, making us the first country to do that within the IGAD Conflict Early Warning and Early Response Unit. Chair, I then proceeded, heavily my work was monitoring pastoralist conflict. I later on proceeded to join the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission in 2012. My role was purely to monitor electoral risks, which is heavily early warning on electoral violence. At this particular moment, Institute of Democracy and Election Assistance idea was implementing the first electoral risk tool in Africa. And Kenya was the first country that they wanted to pilot the tool to see how we are going to manage the elections. That was 2013 elections. I became the coordinator in charge of that project. But with that project also, Chair, we did, and honorable members, we did institute election security arrangement program. This was a learning from 2007, 2008 management of electoral process. And we realized our engagement with security officers during elections only came towards the end, about when we were about to do elections. But there was the whole electoral cycle that officers needed to be taken through, from legal framework and also issues of peace building. A project that we trained almost 100,000 officers, and IBC got an award because of that work. So at that particular moment also, Chair, that I did present this country in many meetings. I trained the Electoral Commission of South Africa and Botswana to present Kenya to share the knowledges in Nigeria. Chair, that was early warning on electoral violence. I then later on moved in quest for more knowledge and joined the National Counterterrorism Center to look at issues of counterterrorism, a position I held since 2016 to 2023, to institutionalize and see how, as a country, we can put ourselves in a better place to be able to handle issues of terrorism and emerging threats of terrorism within this country, which ended in 2016. Then I was appointed into a member to review the peace building architecture for Kenya by Ministry of Interior. 2023-2024, which is we reviewed the whole peace architecture for this country. Chair, last year, I was appointed to join the Office of the Deputy President as the Director of Political Affairs, a position I hold to current, and my main role is advisory to the Deputy President and coordination with partners. Thank you, Chair.
Members, but in the meantime, in terms of the documentation you have provided, the minimum university entry requirement in this country is a C+. You scored a C in your KCSE examination in the year 2000. Please help us understand how you translate from the C, which is not, does not then allow you direct university admission up to where you get to the university.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. If you look at my transcript, Chair, you'll see this transfer of units as the first section. I went through a pre-university program for 1 year, that is 2001 to 2002, and there are units that were carried forward to allow me proceed to the next in 2002 to start my degree.
What we need you then to help us understand the policy underpinning the pre-university program in this country. Because there, it has to be a policy. Because there is a policy that is used to determine what is known as a cut-off points for university admission. So all the other transition pathways must also be underpinned by policy. And from your presentation in terms of your work, then I am sure you would appreciate that that would be a likely pathway.
Thank you, Chair. I may not be privy specifically on the policy, but DAYSTAR has been running that program, and at that particular moment, they would admit, and that's why out of the 1 year program that you undertake, they transfer only a few units to the next level.
Okay. Members? We'll begin with Honorable Maungu, then Honorable Wainaina, and Honorable Martins Owino in that order.
Well, thank you, Chair. Though the question you put across has not been answered clearly, so I think the nominee will continue to talk on the same. Allow me to congratulate you for finding yourself this far, and my apologies and empathies for the challenge you have in your neck. All the same, you have a beautiful resume in the area of conflicts, whereby you've indicated your bachelor's degree at DAYSTAR University, your master's degree at University of Nairobi, and you've been in that space, which is quite encouraging. However, you currently say that you are a director of political affairs in the executive office of the Deputy President. Director of political affairs. Though in your resume and work experience, you have indicated that you've actually dealt professionally, not politically. I wish you to convince this committee. How can you assure this committee and the public at large which is watching that upon assumption of the office of the Commissioner, you will remain independent, non-partisan as a Commissioner in the National Cohesion and Integration Commission? Number two, it's important that I put it to you that close to 460 Kenyans applied for this very position that you are seeking today. Of the 460 Kenyans, about 7 of you were nominated after having gone through the interviews. Today you find yourself here. What is this unique advantage, an inch that you think you have, competencies that will make you unique for this chance, that will actually make us as a committee to approve your nomination? What is it that you have which is over and above the rest? Thank you.
Honorable nominee, and you will kindly excuse us that for the purposes of this engagement, we are going to refer to you respectively as nominee. Another member of the committee, Honorable Ikana, kindly introduce yourself.
Thank you so much, Chairman. And my name is Fred Ikana, Member of Parliament, Shinyalo constituency. All the best.
Honorable Wainaina.
Aileen, asante sana kwa kuteuliwa kwa maneno hii yetu ya cohesion. Nasikia umesema ulikuwa kazini 2012 na ningetaka kujua au kukuuliza madam, 2008 ulikuwa wapi wakati kulikuwa na mashida ya vita, na 2007 ulikuwa unafanya kazi gani? Ndio tujue hii kazi kama unaiweza.
Honorable Wino.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I join you also to wish our nominee quick recovery, and also I want to thank your family for giving you support. I think that is credible. I'm so impressed with your masters in armed conflict and peace transformation. How would you be using this experience and knowledge, knowing that armed conflict is maybe violence between the state armed forces and also armed groups? But in this commission, you are going to deal with another kind of software. So those could be hardware, but this software where people or politicians are using derogative character assassination and demeaning and discriminative words. And on the other side, there are ears which are receiving and translating them to be incitement, and you have the role of violence and all that. So that's a different ballgame. So how are you going to use your experience and knowledge in this hardware side to tackle the software side, which some people call hate speech and all that? So if you can try to explain to us that would be good. And also on that line, how we can tackle the structures and cultural issues and behaviors to help us have sustainable peace, long-term peace in this country. The second question is about, have you ever had any disagreement in all your undersignment in where you have been? And if you have, you can also share with us just an example of how you resolve them, because where you are going is conflict prone, and we'll need a higher acumen to resolve them. The last question, Chair, is the commission where you're going to represent Kenyans is an independent commission, National Cohesion and Integration Commission. Independency here is defined as a body which will stand irrespective of any powers and forces from all the three arms or all people who are considered to be high there. And stand the ground and you protect Kenyans, or you pursue justice of Kenya. How do we as a committee gauge your backbone, your integrity in standing for the right without being compromised? May not have barometer to measure that, but if you can walk us through, maybe in your past experience, that will be helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ikana, if you are not ready, we can allow the nominee to do first one.
Chairman, I don't have a specific question for the nominee. I just wish her a quick recovery.
Okay. One, on your declarations, you have given us a block figure for your net worth. You will kindly disaggregate it in details and later furnish the details to the Secretariat. But in your response, in general terms, you will list in general terms what constitutes your net worth. Again, I want also to congratulate you on this pathway for pre-university. There is no evidence in the documents you have provided. We have an initial, after KCSE, we have a short a transcript from Daystar. Okay, but this does not show that it is a pathway to university admission, and therefore we would still ask, how did you get admitted to Daystar University for a bachelor's course? There's need to provide clarity. I take note that you have had an impressive career, especially in the areas of conflict, peace building, and counter-terrorism. I've seen you have received several honors and awards. You have a lot of published writings. But in the course of that process, and looking at where you are born and your home county, and the issues surrounding conflict in this country, and cohesion, cattle rustling, land issues, your interaction with the political class at IEBC in the peace, under the peace initiative, despite your competencies, I would still want you to demonstrate how, because of this documented long-term interaction with the political class, including currently serving as a political advisor to none other than the Deputy President, and the issues surrounding the current day politics, how do you delink so that you have no conflict, there is no conflict of interest on account of your past and current association, because you are active in the political arena currently, and it's clear for every Kenyan that the political arena currently is quite contaminated, is quite competitive, is quite abrasive. And then based on the unfortunate historical components of conflict from your county of birth, demonstrate how you will be able to translate again so that you can conduct the affairs of the commission with independence and without prejudice. Please proceed. Preferably, please respond to the questions in the order that they were put, so that you will begin with the first member of parliament and you will end with the questions from myself. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. In response to Honorable Maungu, in terms of confidence and independence, considering it's linked to the last question you've asked, working with the office of the Deputy President currently. Chair, it's a position that I've held for the last 1 year. Yes, it's a political office, and I've been a political advisor for that time in terms of advising the Deputy President politically on where some of the key things, offering intelligence in some of the activities that we undertake, and also doing analysis in terms of where our engagement in relation to his day-to-day duties would require that. Chair, in terms of interdependence on that, Prior to that, Chair, you see from my submissions that I was one of the members that was elected as independent panel of advisors to review the peace-building architecture for this country. This is a process that I was involved in, the first one in 2014. And this was the second time. The second panel of advisors was chaired by General Opande, retired General Opande. And it was amalgamation of senior and also the young ones who are implementing. Chair, my line of duty has been through, and not only in my career and delivery of my duties, that I've had a passion all through, including making a decision to pursue peace and security, because one, of the community where I come from, it was a quest on why conflict consistently continues. So by the time I was getting to the university, I was very clear that I wanted to do peace and security to understand why within my community and our neighbors, we have conflict consistently happening. That really helped me in terms of focusing on one line to understand that not only locally, but also regionally within this region and how all that affect Kenya. So in terms of interdependence, Chair, I've been there for 1 year. The 1 year has given me an opportunity to actually look at conflict from a political perspective. When I was an election officer, I was doing electoral risks, not necessarily directly advising specific like His Excellency, the Deputy President, but understanding political dynamics and what are the specific risks that are likely to be under that. Given a chance and approved by this committee, Chair, I want to assure this committee that I'll continue in line. And having been there for the last 19 years in the peace-building architecture for this country, that I've seen that grow over time, and my interdependence and the knowledge of partnerships and many other partners and successes of peace-building in this country, that I've been part and process of it. To the second question, what would be my unique advantage? Chair, I've been in peace building. I'll link it up to the question that I was asked 2007, 2008, where was I? I did graduate in 2005. I was doing my attachment and internships around that time. But as I came back from the Dadaab refugee camp in 2008, when conflict was at its peak, that was 2007, 2008. That is when I would say my career pitched up at the beginning when I was starting to be in the field. And I remember going to Naivasha for a meeting, and the question was, where were we as peace builders when Kenya was burning? That was my first conference that I attended, that peace builders were asking themselves, where were we when all this was happening in Kenya? And it was a reflective point on how proactive are we, or do we just wait until we become reactive instead of building the process? And it's from that also that you realize the recommendations of institutionalization from 2007 to 2008, and that is what birthed NCIC during that particular time. So I have been there. Beyond that I've always been through in terms of championing peace building in the specific areas that I've mentioned. Going there, NCIC, as part of the review that we did into 2023-2024, was to review all the peace-building architectures and peace-building institutions in this country. Having reviewed and having been a member working with IGAD, it was directly linked to the Ministry of Interior. Chair, you realize that there are quite a number of institutions within the government that implement peace building. If you look at Ministry of Interior, we have the National Steering Committee on Peace Building, which is implementing peace activities. We also have the National Focal Point on Small Arms, which also has a component of peace building. If you look at the presidency, we have the Directorate of Cohesion and National Values, which has issues of cohesion and national values. You'll also see the National Counterterrorism, which within their link also implement the same cohesion and integration issues in that line. We move to the Ministry of Gender. We have the Gender of Women and Security, and also the Youth and Security. And within the Ministry of Devolution, we have the National Drought and Management Authority, which does implement peace and security, peace and cohesion within the local level. All those institutions do the same, but there isn't, and then there's the National Cohesion and Integration. There isn't a link where all institutions merge and coordinate. And so part of the recommendations that came from the peace building architecture that we need to look for a way of avoiding multi-duplicity and ensuring that all these institutions work together. Having been part of that process, that will give me gives me an upper hand in terms of charting the way forward on how we are going to ensure that peace building gets to the next level. And in an election period, like between now and next year, having been an election officer, I also come with a wealth of experience, having worked there to ensure that the Wiano platform for peace, which we worked with in 2013, among security officers, IBC, NCIC, and other organizations, we were able to cascade it to the next level and inclusive and cohesive country. Chair, I'll move to Honorable Kano. Thank you very much for the congratulations. Honorable Naina, I have answered your question on where I was in 2008. My master's, which is a hardcore, and how I'm going to implement it in terms of being a commissioner within NCIC and what do I bring in. Yeah, my master's was on armed conflict and peace studies. It was also linked to issues of, we've had armed conflict within this country, especially within the pastoralist areas, among our communities, and that was one of my first assignments that I did deal with, not only internally, but also externally. When we talk between the conflict between Kenya, Uganda, Kenya, Sudan, and Kenya, Ethiopia, that there are a lot of conflicts during that time, pastoralist conflicts specifically, that we used to monitor and report, and also cross-border to the other side. I'm happy right now that Kenya-Uganda border is no longer as hostile as it used to be. However, we still experience cases internally as a country of pastoralist conflict. Those are issues and things that we've continued to work on at that level of pastoralist conflict. Issues of hate speech, yes, that's the main thing that the Commission has been grappling and dealing with it. Chair, approved by this committee, is to ensure that the bill before Parliament, the amendment bill before Parliament for NCIC, is to work together with this committee to see that if those recommendations are enforced, to ensure that NCIC has the powers to be able to prosecute, have the powers also to be able to summon and members to be able to come there, the legal frameworks that are not there, and also ensure that there is follow-up of law and order and impartiality in terms of handling cases of hate speech across the country. How can we tackle structural sustainable peace in this country? Chair, we are headed to an electioneering year. Chair and honorable members, sorry, through the chair, and honorable members, structural conflict, part of the things in terms of structural conflict, the country has really tried to address most of these things. And I think one of the major achievements that we've done as a country was devolution, to ensure that resources and services get to the lowest level in terms of each county being able to manage and address key issues within the counties. Chair, you also see that part of that, even the equalization fund, was to ensure that some parts of the country, they're able to be brought closer to the other members. In terms of structural, you realize what was removed the other day, that border counties needed to be vetted first before they could get IDs, was also showing some of the structural and discriminatory issues. But then the removal of that then gives them to also be able to get national IDs for implementation and them to be able to get their services. In the Commission, we'll ensure that we continue to implement and follow the rule of law, work together with partners to be able, NCIC as a commission itself cannot deliver peace and cohesion. And our biggest mandate as a commission, if approved to be a commissioner, is to ensure we are able to prevent conflict before it erupts. And that is a mandate of each and every Kenyan. But NCIC commissioners then take the lead in terms of bringing each and every person together, in terms of delivering this for one nation and our country as one, even with all the different ethnic groups that we have within the country, capitalize on them as our strength. Any disagreements that I've ever dealt, Chair, I've been an implementer heavily a fund manager and manager as per my submissions. Yes, Chair, when most of my work has been programming, fundraising, programming, and implementation of programs supporting the government. In terms of that, I was asked to give an example. Chair, let me give an example. When I went to National Counterterrorism Center as a program manager, NCTC is an institution that has seconded officers. And going there as a civilian, and it's a security, from all our security institutions, I went there to be a manager to manage donor programs from UNDP and European Union. As a civilian within that, I felt, I didn't feel to fit because I wasn't, but I came with expertise on donor funding. And part of it was how do we manage having our security officers who do not have a background on that. On one occasion, my initial times was workshops and being in a position that payments were being done on the last day. And one time there was an officer who came and wanted to be paid on the last day when he had only come for the last day. And that's the time I needed to put my feet down as a program manager and follow the rule and the regulations that were there. But I was not able to do the payments, but then it was escalated to management and a note to file why payment needed to be done. And with that, then we ended up having a working relationship with the senior officers and for them to understand how donor funding works, vis-a-vis the government direct budget works. And we had a very good relationships going forward with all the officers that were posted into the counterterrorism. How independent I'll be able, yes, the fourth question was on independence, and ensure that the commission that is not influenced by the three arms of government. Chair, it's to ensure as a commission that we rise above par in terms of ensuring that we are in line with the Constitution and implementation of the Constitution, clear adherence to Chapter 6 and Article 73 on governance in terms of that, to be able to ensure that the Commission has gained trust in terms of its delivery at individual level, and also NCIC to be an institution that can be trusted and by Kenyans, and that even individually as commissioners, that we are at par to be able to do that by maintaining and following the rule of law and ensuring that everything that as per mandated by the Act and the Commission, that we follow it to the latter. Chair, on my net worth, Chair, my net worth is approximately 33 million. Chair, this is accumulation of land at home in West Pokot, a piece of land in Kitengela, and a residential home in Rongai, plus my car. Thank you. Issues of cattle rustling, political. Chair, I'll try, this question links to the first question on how I'm going to be, which I had answered, to delink myself and assure this committee that given this chance, that my current role as a Director of Political Affairs within the Office of the Deputy President will not in any way affect my delivery of this mandate. And this commission gives me an opportunity also to be able to champion the same peace building activities that I've been doing for this country and for this region for the last 19 years, to be able to look and work on them now at policy level, not as a direct implementing officer. Thank you, Chair.
Members, any supplementary or any clarifications? Honorable Ikana, followed by Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to find out from the nominee, coming from a background of resource mobilization and donor funding, and noting very well, having been in government circles, that our budgets are usually constrained And the same applies to even other independent commissions. So in case this committee approves the nomination to the Commission of National Cohesion and Integration, what leverages do we envisage you to harness from your previous experience in donor funding and fundraising in terms of support for the Commission's programs that may not be fully funded by the government? Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Irene, you did very well in this transformative conflict. I like it because peace is attaining peace is one thing, but sustainable peace, long term, is another thing. That's why I wanted to have a comprehensive understanding, because you have been in that space for a long time. But you dealt with structural, which is good. I got that. But you didn't talk about cultural issues. You didn't talk about relational issues, behaviors, and attitudes. So if you could just briefly say that. Now, the other one is you have been, I think the product of office can be seen in the head of that office, like the deputy president have done very well. Maybe you are the architect of fires you fire. So why are you leaving this office? And you're doing very well there. What is not going well? And should you not be successful in this process, would you be happy to retain your current position? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Once again, I'm looking at your community of origin and where you are, and again the cultural settings. And I just want to congratulate you for your achievement this far. However, I want to take you to the conflict between the Pokots, the Turkanas, and the community living in Laikipia. And this is one of the alive, long-standing disputes in this country. And we despite, the fact, the truth of the matter is that it flares, goes down. Flares, goes down. As a commissioner, how will you win the confidence of these other communities in where you'll be required to attend to matters cohesion and peace building among these communities? How will you win their confidence? Secondly, as coming from a minority community in this country, how will you be able to bring influence policies that will address the historical inequalities without creating marginalization of the majority, because it can happen, or marginalization in urban areas, which is completely multi-ethnic? And then lastly, in the areas where you've been active, the issue of ICT and emerging technologies in AI, and deploying that as early warning signs for conflict. But also on the other side, the way that space has been used in generating deep fake news. And how to manage it within the context of cohesion. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. Thank you, Honorable. In terms of my contribution when it comes to donor funding and budget, Honorable members, through the chair, this has been one of my, as per my submissions that have been a fund manager and a fundraiser. If approved by this committee, chair, what I bring on board is I have a very clear standing name and integrity among the donor community that can be outlined by the success and achievements that I did achieve as a country coordinator, pushing Kenya on top of all the other countries within the conflict early warning and early response mechanism for IGAD. Chair, also my tenure and time at IBC, I did institute and start programs, including election security arrangement program, which was not a project that existed before. And I was in charge of it up to and until the time when I left to Counterterrorism Center. And we were able to marshal with the others, including partners with UNDP, for general donor funding to be put in one basket, which was administered from UNDP. At Counterterrorism, I went there to finalize a project that had stuck in terms of it being finalized from the UNDP, which I had only 6 months to finalize that project. And I want to report to this committee that within those 6 months, I did request for only 3 months no-cost extension to be able to finalize the project, and I did finalize. And that gave me another opportunity then to see an institution that had not received donor funding, direct donor funding, to be able to do that. And together with the senior management team, we did approach European Union, which is a project that I wrote. And European Union had trust in Kenya on that. And Kenya became the first security institution to be directly funded by European Union. We were managing the funds directly, but not through other donor funds like UNDP. And during that time, Chair, for the 4 years, that was a total of 5.3 million euros. That's the project that I wrote. The second phase of the project is ongoing right now with the Counterterrorism Center, that I was directly audited, because this is a government institution, by our Auditor General, and also directly audited by PwC. And Chair, all my reports, I never had any moment that I was summoned to appear before the Parliamentary Accounts Committee as the program manager. And considering what I had said earlier, National Counterterrorism is seconded officers. So we do not have structures like finance unit, HR unit. So the program team that were there, I was more, as much as I had a project officer, finance and monitoring and evaluation, audit and all the other work had to be signed by me off. And I would proudly report that they got the second funding, which is ongoing now, courtesy of that. Chair and honorable members, going to NCIC, which is an institution that I've also interacted with in terms and line of my work, is that's the strength that I bring in terms of budgetary constraints within that we will work together with partners and seek funding to ensure that we are able to implement other activities to support the request, the needs of the Commission. That's one of the things that I look forward to picking it up if approved by this committee.
Okay, nominee, one member of the committee has joined us. Allow him to introduce himself. Honorable Zengu.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for coming in late because of other commitments. My name is Engineer Paul Zengu, Member of Parliament, Mwingi North, and member of the committee. Thank you.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Question from Honorable Martin in terms of sustainable peace, cultural issues, and relation was, yes. Chair, there's quite a lot that we need to do as a country. One is in terms of, for sustainable peace to be here in this country, it has to be intentional for each and every Kenyan to do that at all levels, right from schools, right from our own personal utterances in what we adhere to. What do we communicate when we are there? Are we proud as Kenyans? And so that goes that one of the things is, do we start, the cohesion bit of it needs to be institutionalized from schools for children to be able to do that. Sustainable peace are the words that we use in our code of conduct as Kenyans, and especially the senior ones guiding the young ones. So by the time they're getting to around the age of 13, 15, how patriotic are they? How proud are they to be able to say, Kenya is my country? How often do we promote patriotic songs to be proud of our country? Yet this is the only motherland that we have, and no any other motherland that we have other than the Kenya. In terms of community relations, quite a lot needs to be done. I've participated in peace caravans when I was the country coordinator, when we were running peace caravans across Samburu, Pokot, Turkana areas. And the problem and major issue has been consistency. So in terms, if you are to be able to do that, it's continuous and consistent engagement of community and discussions around peace and around sustainability of this country. If we do not do that, then we'll end up being reactive. One issue happens today, and then once there's calm, we go quiet, and then we get back. And that has been, if you check, that has been our case, especially in Kenya as we get close to elections. The temperatures, conflict increase, organized gangs start experiencing some of those issues. Immediately after election, we all tend to move back, and nobody continuously continue to do that. So as a commission, we'll ensure that continuous engagement with partners and monitoring of conflict and early warning to ensure that some of the emerging issues that come up, we're able to work together with partners and other government institutions to ensure that conflict is prevented before it escalates. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the congratulations, Chair, and for the achievements that you congratulated me. Chair, I've been a peace builder right from beginning of my career. As per my submissions, Chair, you'd see that I have traversed throughout this country. When I was the country coordinator for IGAD, that I worked extensively throughout the northern part of this country with all neutrality and impartiality in delivery of my work. And I was dealing with pastoralist conflict within that area. In my engagement with IBC, it gave me a chance to also be able to work towards the southern part of this country in delivering electoral risk and monitoring risks for different institutions at that particular moment. And with counterterrorism also, it was a chance to look at the country generally and regional issues that could be affecting that. So in terms of my standing among the Pokot, Turkana, Laikipia, Samburu area, Chair, that I'm a non-peace builder. I've been a person of integrity. I've implemented projects there. I've trained community members. I've sat in meetings and community meetings. And I do not have any worry that my name would be of any concern, that I'll be a biased person in terms of mediating conflict within those areas.
Okay, nominee. In the course of the communication concerning your background check, the Directorate of the National Police Service, Directorate of Criminal Investigation has written to Parliament, and in its letter, this is what they say in response to the letter by Parliament on your background check. That this office requests for the fingerprints of the below named nominees for forensic analysis. For this purpose, please advise the candidate to contact our Principal Criminal Registrar Office for assistance. And on that letter, your name appears in position number 4. And therefore, this committee will retreat to begin report writing today in the evening. So by tomorrow morning, we need you to have responded to this letter by DCI and provided proof to Parliament that this has been done. The communication to Parliament is through the Office of the Clerk. The report will be tabled in Parliament on Wednesday, so you take note of the timelines so that you can act as requested. There is one more declaration I need you to make. In passing, you have said you have never been summoned in the course of your work, but we still need you to declare whether, number one, you've ever been convicted in a court of law, you have ever been adversely mentioned either in a parliamentary committee report, that includes the Senate also, and all a county assembly report, seeing your activities within the counties. Honorable Martins.
I don't know whether Irene had finished, but I asked you a question. Do you remember? Regarding the office of the deputy president.
Refresh the nominee's mind on about
Yeah, why you are eager to leave and you're doing a very good job, and we can always see that. And I also said if the process is not successful, and we are not saying it's not going to be successful, just in case, would you be happy to resume your duties as always?
And also your response on the issue of ICT, AI, early warning, fake news.
Thank you, Chair, and honorable members. In terms of ICT, Chair, and AI, if you look currently, many cases of hate speech, the online platforms are really the areas where we find a lot of hate speech. And so one of the things, with my experience of early warning, right from IGAD to electoral risks management, which is early warning on elections and monitoring, and also within the National Counterterrorism Center, one of our key products that we did produce was to monitor issues of terror. And that's where we did deploy a lot. During 2020 COVID season, we did a program to look at misinformation and disinformation and how information was traveling about COVID and counter it, how could it likely affect the nature of our work by looking at COVID misinformation and disinformation. Chair, I come with a wealth of experience. I think that is one that we were able to deter some of these terror groups that, and we used high-tech monitoring. One of the things the Commission will have to do is to get the latest technology in terms of being able to identify. One is proper early warning systems together with partners. And partners, I mean all partners, including IBC, the Ministry of Interior, which we have our own administrators to the local level, amalgamation of different actors that do early warning, to work with them. In terms of AI, this is one challenge that we will be facing next year, and even currently. How are we able to tell what is not AI generated and what is AI generated? One of the key things that the Commission will have to invest in is to look for tools, the necessary tools to be able to give that. And also be able to continuously counter misinformation and disinformation. So to do that, the Commission has to be at the forefront to communicate and move from being a reactive to those issues, but work consistently and build trust in terms of some of the key issues that are coming in. In terms of that, whatever could propel that is to investigate and work with the other investigative agencies to fast track so that we move from the current situation where Kenyans feel that the Commission has not been able to, despite the fact that the bill has not gone through. There's also opportunity to continuously engage with the Directorate of Criminal Investigation and Prosecution to ensure that our cases are also fast-tracked. So that is one key in terms of, we really need to put it as one of the first priority areas building up towards the next elections, if approved to be part of that committee. And look for funding, which will also count on the support from this committee when government allocation and budget, so that we are able to deliver that, but also go out of our way to try and source for funding to support some of those activities. Chair, in terms of, I've never been mentioned in a court of law adversely. I have never, within the county assembly, my name has never been mentioned anywhere in terms of those three. Honorable Martin, in terms of why I am eager, my passion has always been peace building, which I did indicate. It was a passion that by Form 2, I was very clear what I wanted to pursue at that particular moment. And I still carry that passion that a moment will come when the peace, Kenya, as it's called the hub of peace, all these challenges will be able and will chart for a better peace building architecture. This is where I feel home. This is where I do what my passion is. So given this chance, I'll be delivering on a role that I'm very passionate about, not only for this country, but beyond this country and the world at large. Thank you.
It's my last question, Chair. You had a very good thinking around how we can have sustainable peace. And when we visited China, we saw children still visit and lectures in Mao Zedong Institute, and this guy existed in 1893. Now, in your own imaginative or vision, when you become a commissioner, I wish you well, how would you prescribe this program to start from these younger minds, and how can it be inculcated that they can grow building peace, knowing it is how important it is to have it, so that we can not have lapse peace. Today we are okay, after election we go back to, So what is your vision around that, how to inculcate into younger Kenyans' mind?
Chair, let me...
Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Though I came in late, I want to ask a general question. The nominee, I'm sure you're aware of the conflict that has been happening between the Kamba community and the Somali community in my constituency, which is in Mwingi North, Kitui County. Saturday, when we were still in this room, I reported that some 7 people had been killed in my constituency in a retaliatory kind of an action by the Somali community, people that seems to have been hired from elsewhere. They came on a mission and they slaughtered innocent people, and they retreated. This has been happening for so long. If you succeed in getting or appointed in this position, what would you do? Because this thing is historical. It's been there for a long time, but now it seems to have escalated. I think you're aware that, I hope you're aware that the Inspector General of Police had to send the DIG and the commander, the GSU commander, and a lot of people from the county security committee to come to the site where these murders were committed. And this thing is really a big national concern. You must have seen the press release by the National Police Service over the same. If you are appointed or get this position as a commission, can you tell this committee what you will do individually and also as part of the commission? Thank you.
Nominee.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. I'd like to, my submission would be, I think there's a point we lost in terms of engaging the young minds in this country. As a young girl during that time, there was quite a lot of pride and patriotism in terms of young and being proud, and a lot of pride in terms of Kenya. As much as you grow up, you come and realize the contextual framework within where Kenya sits. In terms of what China does, and I think that's what initially when I said key thing that we really need to do is to ensure that issues of peace and cohesion are inculcated within schools. Within the National Counterterrorism Program, we did a pilot project which was for the youth, and we realized recruitment was happening even for the young ones as young as 13. And they've been involved in some of those terror attacks, not just only recruitments. And the thing is, at what point do we start working to ensure that by the 13, 14, 15, we've really captured the minds of the young ones to understand that I am here, we are many tribes in this country. The more ethnic groups we have is our strength, and not a divisive thing. We look at the positive sides, why God placed all of us here, and the positivity that comes with it. I think that is lacking at that lower level, that we need to fully instill that it's a positive thing. And that is the age that we really need to be able to capture. So by the time they're getting to around 18, 19, 20, it is fully part of that. So, Honorable Member, my thinking is it's a whole call for all institutions, including institutions of learning, that we relook back and start afresh. Within the country, the NCTC also, we worked on a project with the Ministry of Education on child safety against violent extremism. And we produced booklets that the schools could use into that. So there's quite a lot that we need to infuse that with the money clubs that NCIC has been doing in the country and work together with partners to ensure that that is being delivered. But there's quite a lot of work that we still need to do before we get to the level of where China are, because that starts from before even they start school or they start at preschool. So it's quite some work that will try and infuse into this if approved by this committee and work together with partners on how best can we start where we are right now and build steps to the next level. Honorable Chair, on the conflict within the Somalis in 2 years, I saw that. Some of these conflicts, the challenge, sorry, Honorable, you're not there when I was responding on the Pokot, Turkana, Marakwet and Laikipia conflict along that belt, which we've had an extensive disarmament process happening there and quite some things have changed. We hope that is going to be the end of continuous conflict within that area. On this specific one, at this particular moment when the temperatures are very high, and especially when conflict has reached a point where there's retaliatory attack, definitely at this particular moment, the aggrieved community is already planning on a retaliatory attack. And I'm happy that the CSIC team is already on the ground to try and pacify. It's very difficult at this particular moment to go in and tell the aggrieved community where 7 people were killed that we need to meet and have peace. There's usually a point of truth, a moment of reflective, but also select key community elders. And that's why when we set up the directive by Honorable Kibaki to have peace committees within every level, and the other institutions that work at that low level, for elders to try and mediate and engage. For this to get here, there were telltale signs that were there, but nobody responded to that. Either one incident happened, a second one happened, nothing happened, and that's why we are saying we really need to increase the early warning and early response to be able to prevent such losing of lives, Kenyan lives at this particular moment. So as a commission, we'll join and see through the chronology of events, and we're, of course, definitely working with all the leaders within the area and the community members and see how best we approach that issue and be able to settle it. But happy that the security team is already on ground to handle and curtail the current ongoing conflict. Thank you.
Nominee, the last 2 issues we need you to respond to. Number 1, in the course of your work in counterterrorism and countering violent extremism, you initiated a number of programs. A lot of them you have enumerated. Has any of those programs been criticized for targeting specific communities or groups, profiling or infringing on their rights? And if so, how did you address those concerns? The second one is emanating from the activities of the predecessor commission. The outgoing chairperson has accused one of the committees of parliament of soliciting to induce the appearance of the commission and the chairman before that committee. And now that we are appearing before this committee, we want you to be forthright and indicate whether either the chairperson, any of the members of the committee, members of parliament, any of the members of the secretariat, or anybody out there purporting to be a proxy for this committee has approached you asking for inducement for you to appear or to be granted audience by this committee. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. It's true, Chair, that during my time at Counterterrorism Center, we did implement quite a number of programs. And it was the first time that NCTC was implementing direct community engagement programs. and not purely securitized. We were using the soft approach in terms of engaging the community to be a buffer between security, because you realize we also have our other security units like anti-terror police unit, which they deal heavily on the hard approach. But the programs that I was running and managing during that time, which we did them extensively, to the extent that it raised Kenya's profile to a center of excellence, that none of the programs, because we were working towards community engagement. Initially, when we started the program, going anywhere and saying you are counterterrorism, we were being seen as the bad people, the hard approach of engagement with that. But with the implementation and that we were approaching them in terms of disengagement, giving them a soft spot for them to realize, especially our disengagement programs, where we did engage with mothers and community elders, especially in areas where there have been quite some exodus of the youth. Most of the time when they leave, the first people they call back are their mothers. And that is also where we track to be able to see from here, how does that happen? The good thing is, Chair, there's no particular moment that any community felt that we were targeting them, because we were going with a soft approach to approach them to be able to